weekend. I had a good day. Had a good we'll have a good weekend. It's a 3 day weekend for some. May not be a 3 day weekend for all. I hope y'all have fun today. I hope you have fun this weekend, last night. I hope you've been studying. I hope you've been investing. I hope you've been investing in yourself. Today's show may touch some spirits today. May touch some spirits today. Shout out to Peter Investor. I see you out there. Thank you for stopping by. Casual Economist. We see you out there. Appreciate you. Appreciate you in the lunch money. Shahid, we are here. Or we here. I see you out there. D, see you in the background. What up? Black Dub 21. Good afternoon. Good morning. Good evening. Wherever you're at. I hope you have a good day. Or had a good night, because some people are probably watching us from overseas. So hope you had a good day and had a good night. Um, so today let's kick it off. We got 14 people here. That's good. That's good enough for me. Um, yeah, I had to think about this show. It's our 99th show. 100 show is gonna be it's gonna be a doozy. uh Free. I didn't get the link or nothing last night where I was supposed to be, so I didn't show up. So I can't be where I don't know where I need to be. So you know, um, when it comes to making these shows, right? A lot of people ask me a lot of questions about what we're gonna talk about, what are we gonna discuss, um, why do we do these shows, right? And I know I know D gets gets dumped with a lot of data, because I'm a researcher, find it, why, who, what, when, where, how it's being cut, why it's being cut type of person. That's just an engineer in me, the curious George in me, if you want it, or Georgette, however y'all want to slice that. But one thing I wanted to talk about today is community, and I got some stuff I got a actual show I want to respond to, and I also got some things I want to know from you, right? I want to know some things from you, right? And some things that I want to know from you are, what do you get by coming here? Do you get a sense of community when you come here? What do you learn by coming here? What do you learn from the meetups? What have you learned about yourself? um what have you um what have you learned along your journey, along your tech journey, right? What do you get out of coming here? What is that, right? What do you and this lets me know, and you could drop that in the chat. This will let me know whether or not we're actually delivering the right message, right? um and I just want to I want to know, because this gets into a deeper topic, um, that I have. No worries free. So what do you get by coming here? What have you gotten by coming here? What have you learned? What do you think this community stands for? Who are we? What are you to the community? All right. Do you feel like this? Do you feel like this is a community? Right. You may not feel like it's a community, right? You may feel like this is just some crazy old broad that come on here every week and just talk about absolutely nothing, and it's entertaining, right? What do you get out of the petty tea sessions? What is that, right? Are you actually getting the message? Because every petty tea session is a lesson. It's not a lesson about me being petty. It's a lesson about how to secure your assets, how to secure your legacy, how do you secure your how do you navigate what things you should be putting in place. What, and when I say things, what kind of contract should you be putting in place? How should you be investing in your 401k? How should you deal with an inherited IRA? Right. So those are things that I hope you're getting. You said you got a DoD contracting job. Using my advice and went from 60K, 65K to 100K. I appreciate that. That's correct. I just need to get the cert to move into DevOps and out of the software development. Correct, right? And that 100K, like I want to. Oh yeah, yeah. We're gonna have some talks today. It's gonna set some people off. Some people gonna be mad. It is what it is. People can respond to me however they feel like it. It's okay. I'm all right with that. I'm really okay with that. I'm really okay with that. Right? What's going on, Natasha? So drop in the comments again. Drop in the comments. What are you receiving from Will? Is this a community to you? Do you? What are your takeaways? What how has Will changed your your life or changed your mindset or so maybe it haven't done anything for you. If Will hasn't done anything for you, drop in the comment and let me know if Will hasn't done anything for you. Let us know. But today is gonna be a little different. I got a lot of things to talk about. I got a lot of things to cover. It's gonna be one of them days. Don't be mad. Don't be mad. It's just gonna be one of those days. This is our 99th episode. We got our Q&A session tomorrow for our earners. Earners be ready tomorrow. Um, be ready for that. But I just want to know because if we haven't delivered a few things to you that I think I've stressed, then we're not delivering our message. So one of the things that I hope that comes across is that um, you're one skill away from 200K. I don't know how many times I've showed y'all this. I don't know how many times I've said this, right? I don't know how many times I've like stressed this out. Um, everybody screams on YouTube and whatnot, and this is one thing I just if I don't know what I don't care where I'm at, and I try not to respond, and I try not to let it ruffle my feathers, but it ruffles my feathers. When people say only 10% of the population makes 100,000, I hear that all the time, and you know what makes me mad about that is, well, how do you change that 10%? How much longer you gonna keep saying it's only 10% of the population? The rebuttal normally is, well, most of the people are not gonna make 100,000, so we have to meet people where they're at. And here's my rebuttal to that: we are the brokest. We are we are the brokers. We don't leave any assets. We don't leave any wealth. We don't leave anything behind. We're always starting over every time somebody graduates from college. We're always starting over if they graduate from college, right? So to me, it's like, okay, well, how do we change that, right? How do we change that stat? What do we have to do to change that stat? Then it gets into this whole hubbub about, oh well, the woman needs to stay at home. Well, we can't. We just even if she stay at home, she need to be working. Everybody need to be working. Like I said, D doesn't like it. Your roaches need the Instagram and they need to be working. I'm sorry. Get mad with me. Put it in the chat. Put it down below. Don't block moderators. Don't block nobody. Let people talk freely today because I want to have a discussion. I want to clear the air. I want to get things out because things have come to a point where where we can no longer have these dialogues about what is and what isn't or what it's just over for that, right? I'm gonna read your comments. Free, you say you feel like the safe space where you can learn how to improve your skills to get more money, learn things I've never learned in school, like financial literacy. Correct. And free, I hope you're getting the fact of setting up a will, a living trust, understanding. Again, people. This is they. I don't think people realize, right? That's like, oh, you get married, right? And I don't care about the whole marriage thing. I just want you to realize there's no 401k for married people. right? There's no 401k that you can go and say, hey, we're married now and we would like to open up this 401k. No, it's usually a 401k at your job for that woman, 401k for that man, and he invests in his and she invests in hers, and then y'all come together and do whatever it is that y'all do, right? So it's if it's funny to me because people are always like, oh yeah, you get married and I get it. There's marriage laws for taxes. There's single. There's business laws for taxes and so forth, right? That's why I tell y'all selves, look at yourself as what? A business. If you're not looking at yourself as a business, then I don't know what it is. You said for I'm gonna scoot it up. Farida, is that right? Farida. I forgot to mention I went from making from $12 an hour to almost 80K. Thank God, right? And I think I saw you in a I think I saw you on Erica Williams or somewhere else, another chat, that you were saying you were still looking to do more, right? Yeah, I want you to have more, right? I want you to do more, right? Because it's really really on you for and we'll talk about this in a minute, but I'm gonna give you this tidbit is what I was listening to this morning, which I agree with. If you stop at 100K, you being selfish, because 100K can only take care of you. It doesn't take care of you and the people around you. And I'm not telling you to take care of your family. What I'm telling you is to put yourself in a position where your family doesn't have to always start over from scratch. And if that means that's on your back, then that's on you. Especially for us that got older parents, they may have to move in with you. They may have to move in with you, or you may have to move in with them. Or for people who have parents that need their help. I got friends who are staying in cities because their parents need their help, right? It's on them. They're not only paying their own mortgage, they're paying the mortgage for their mom or their parents, or their parents can't pay their mortgage and go to the doctor, or their parents can't pay the mortgage and have a car. It just is what it is. Did they make bad financial decisions? Probably, maybe, could, who knows? Something could have happened. We don't know. But at the same token, you can't be sitting there looking I mean, this is granted that you had a good, these are good people, right? These are people that you want to take care of, right? This is granted they're people that you want to take care of. I'm not talking about people that you just don't like. Let's be clear. I'm not saying like if somebody shot you in your knee when you was 12 and you ain't never liked them since then, that to go take care of. I'm not saying that. What I'm simply saying is it behooves you to make as much money as you can, right? It behooves you to make as much as you can to save what you can, right? Natasha says, Will has given me the blueprint on what I need to enhance my skill set to become recession proof. Correct. I hope it become recession proof, and you're teaching others how to do the same thing, right? Don't hold the information and hog the information for yourself. It does us no good. Like if we just out here and I haven't instilled in you that to share that information with others. I hope that I have we haven't instilled that into you. Free said, yes, I have life insurance and investing too. That's good, right? So the reason why we have these shirts, right? One skill away from 200K, no estate, no date, Linux money. I got to go look up all the slogans we done had out there. Let me go and look at the shop because I've totally forgot all the ones that we do have. One skill away from 200K, Linux money, no estate, no date. I got it out to trust, right? Stop telling, people giving, not putting up, setting up trust and stuff like that. Like it's nothing like having a trust fund, baby, right? No, it's okay. It's okay to be a trust fund. And my favorite one is still gonna be "We Too Broke to Argue." That's still gonna be my favorite one. We too broke to argue, right? We too broke to be sitting up here arguing about pennies. Like the national average for income is 70,000. The national average for income is 70,000. The average of black men and black women is 42,000, 47,000, and I think that gap is closing. If the national average is 70,000, and we sitting on the internet arguing about 47,000 and 42,000. You don't see something wrong with that? I'm just asking. Y'all don't see nothing wrong with that, right? So we created these things, to these mantras, these things, so that you can instill that in your mind. Like when you're talking to people, yeah, I got it out of trust, or yeah, no estate, no date, or hey, we working on something. Like, again, treat yourself as a business. You're branding yourself, you're marketing yourself, the whole nine, right? These things are all also true. All right, so one of the things we're going to do today is I want to play this video. I may have to, let me go ahead and get this other thing set up, because I don't think you all can hear on this one. I still ain't rebooted my computer. Let me set this up over here. Um, Let me do this, and let me make sure. Let me rewind it. And everybody's, and then we'll be ready to rock here in a minute. Let me get everything together. Um, and I want you all to, I'm going to pause this back and forth. This is probably going to take the whole show, which I didn't want to, but it probably will. But I want to go through this. I'm going to talk through this as well. This comes from Black Equity Con with David Never Sleeps, David Shands. I was listening to it this morning, and he said some things in here that was very, that I don't want to say touch my spirit, but things that I have said that make sense to me. Like, I don't understand why people don't even look at things this way. And I'm probably gonna skip through it because it's 34 minutes, and I don't want to. He had some good points throughout of it. It's no chapters in it, so we're not gonna be able to go through chapters. But has anything I said made sense? Put a one in the chat. Put a two in the chat if nothing makes sense to you. Put a three in the chat if you have no clue who we are and why you come here. And my messaging, or our messaging, hasn't been clear. Put a one in the chat if it's clear. Put a two in the chat if the messaging hasn't been clear, and put a three in the chat. You're like, I don't even know what you're talking about. Right? Don, you say, I also believe community has added value to me. I've built my confidence in certain areas, but also think we should be more active within the community that has been built. I agree. Heather G, what's going on with you? Will has opened up my mind to different possibilities and changed the trajectory of my career. Congratulations too, Heather G. Oh, did you see where I posted where you could do the retake exams? They're giving away retakes. Did you see that? I hope you saw that, Heather G. Donette, what's going on? Right? Appreciate the ones. Good. You utilize that. Utilize that. All right. So let's get to this video. It's a long video. I'm gonna take breaks in this video. Is it not coming up, D? Let me see. Yeah, but it is on my screen. It's not to go implement some. Yeah, see, on my screen it looks totally different. I can't do widescreen on here. That's what it is. I don't know why I can't do widescreen on there. All right, so let's go. So this is again the Power Community Black Equity Con from Social Proof Podcast. David Shands, or is it Dave? I think it's David Shands. But there's some things in here that were said that I totally agree with. And building a community, and I hope that we have built a community. I hope we have instilled confidence in you. I hope we have instilled ways for you to go out and get that job. I to get, people would say all the time, it's not about the money. Then what you work for? Then go. If it's not, here's my thing. Like this is what I hate hearing all the time, and he says it too. But I really do hate hearing this. People's like, it's not about the money, right? Well, then go do the work for free. If it's not about the money, go do the work for free. If it's not about the money, right? It's not about the money, right? Oh, it's not. If it's not about the money, then you wouldn't be picking and choosing places to live where you live. You wouldn't be driving the cars that you drive. You wouldn't be getting the type of insurance that you get. You wouldn't be investing into the stocks that you invest into. You wouldn't be putting money into your children. You wouldn't be putting your children into sports. If it's not about the money and it's not about it, it's not the answer is it's not just about the money. It's not just about the money, right? When you say it's not about the money, I always come back and say, "Well, do it for free," right? Go to your job Tuesday morning and tell them, "I'm going to work for you for free because I'm not here to take any money from you. I don't need it. I'm here to help you build your dream. I'm going to provide the value by working for you for free and helping you accomplish your goal." How many of you can do that? How many can do that? How many will do that? I'm going to go work for you for free so you can accomplish your goal. I don't need your money. Now, the people that can do that, guess what? They already have money. So they can do that. They can volunteer their time. They can do those things for someone. But they have put in work. They have built up their equity, their time, their money, their retirement, their monthly, revenue. So they can do that. So they can do that, right? Right? So let's get into this video. And let's go from there. And let me know if you can hear as
You
well.
have to go implement some stuff because your family, your community, your legacy is on the line. You don't have to be the leader to be a leader. Anybody ever met somebody in a community and y'all built something amazing together? It's not going to be the information. It's not going to be the tutorials. It's not going to be the step-by-step, the stuff I asked you to write down. That's not the stuff that's going to change your life. When you take that information, you connect with somebody.
It don't seem like it's moving on the screen. Why is it not moving on the screen? Oh, I know what it is. I'm gonna have to unshare and share again. It was a window. Now you should see it. All right, back again.
Else, that's the life change. That's legacy. Collaborations.
Let's start over. All right, here we go.
You have to go implement some stuff because your family, your community, your legacy is on the line. You don't have to be the leader to be a leader. Anybody ever met somebody in a community and y'all built something amazing together? It's not going to be the information. It's not going to be the tutorials. It's not going to be the step-by-step, the stuff I asked you to write down. That's not the stuff that's going to change your life. When you take that information, you connect with somebody else, that's the life change. That's legacy. Collaborations.
So I'm going to do it just a little bit differently because David is coming out to talk to you about how to build community. And where we are right now as a culture, where we are right now in this world, it's very important to have community around you that you are bonding with, connecting with, and earning equity from. So we're going to start it off right now.
Let's go. Let's get to work. Y'all all right? Y'all all right? Good, let's get to work. How many people taking notes today? All right. I was doing some research on recessions, like how to get through recessions, and just talking to the wealthiest people in the world about recessions, because a lot of them have gone through a few of them. And number 3 on most of their lists is you need a community. Say community. Anybody have a community?
All right, so this is where my open monologue came from, right? The open monologue came from the fact of like I look at my life, and I look at people I have encountered, and um I look at people I've encountered, children that I've encountered, and just on on a general scale, like how have I impacted that person? Did I was I presenting my best person? And granted, let's be clear, not every day you're gonna present as your best person. It's just inevitable. But I try to make sure that when I am talking to people, I am dialed into a person. D comments on this all the time. Why you always look a person in their eyes? Because that's just how I am. I want to look you in your eyes because I want to know that I'm listening. I want you to know I'm listening to you. I'm processing what you're saying. I'm also engaging in what you're saying. Right. I have a tendency to when I talk that I look off or whatnot, and I've always done that. It's me it's me grabbing my thoughts out of the air. D funny. It's me grabbing my thoughts out of the air and making sure I put them out, right? Because I see thoughts. I see like, oh, okay, that bubble over there. Oh, y'all want to talk about that? Let me grab that, right? I'm grabbing those thoughts out of the air because I have so many of them and I need to pull them down and make sure I convey that to you. But if anything you haven't gotten out of this community is one, how to build one, two, how to engage, and three, how do you also build yourself as a business and as a brand, as well as teach others to do that, right? So it's not just about the job itself, it's also about the skill sets in which you have, where you can pick and choose the job that you want to work at, or choose or pick and choose the people that you want to work with, whether you're a consultant or not, right? Yeah, it's I'm processing. Don said I've changed habits and started working on my focus since being here sparked my ambition. The message is clear, but you have to embrace the suck to be here. Most people won't. Yeah, most people won't be here. Like I say, I'm not looking to change 10,000 people at one time, right? If I could, we would have to do a bigger PR campaign, this, that, and other, right? But I'm also okay with changing 100 people at a time, right? And letting that grow out. Because if I can change 100, those 100 can change another 100, right? That's how you get to your 10,000. It's not me doing the whole 10,000, it's having other people work and do that 10,000, right? So it's on you not to stop at the 100K. It's on you to go to do more, right? And it doesn't necessarily have to be in a job in order to do it. Is another thing I wanted to make sure that we convey. Like, how do we make sure we make our money work for us while you sleep, right? That's a message that I want to have with you, right? So let's get back to the video. And there's so many messages in here that I have, things that I have said, things I always think about. I'm like, yeah, this is exactly how I feel. Let's go.
Is the morning meetup in the building? Yeah. All right. I don't have a whole lot of time, so we're gonna get started, okay? Everybody knows.
Hold on, pause. I'm gonna answer this real quick. JM, if you've ever been on any of my talks, this is I answer this question real simply. So I started out in 2000, what 2002, 2003, 2002, right? Just doing I did some I worked as an intern for a government contractor, got my clearance. And then see, I went to school, graduated from school in 2007. In 2006, I was making 49,000 working at University of Washington. And in 2006 and 2007 I graduated. I left I left I left Seattle, moved to San Antonio making 60,000. Left San Antonio, let's see, 2006, 2007, 2000, yeah, 2007. Yeah, I left San Antonio like like 2000 October 2007. I didn't stay long there. Left there, and moved to DC and was making 115 in DC. So from my official time of graduation was 2007 to 2008. So from 49,000 to 115. I did it in a year. Maybe a year and a half, maybe, if you want to look at it that way. So when I talk about making 100,000, I'm not telling you that something I haven't done. Like that yeah, like going from being a high performance computing engineer to managing clusters, doing DoD work, moving and going from there. Did my clearance help me? Sure. Did could I have done it without my clearance? Absolutely. Absolutely. Um, when I started doing my training and stuff like that, getting job offers, and when I say job offers, meaning literally going through the interview process and so forth and so on, those jobs were a dime a dozen, right? Y'all are in a situation now where people are getting laid off, but Amazon is still hiring. Google is still hiring. IBM is still hiring. Right? This is why I tell you, look at the industry and find out where the unique set of skills are at. And you're not going to be able to just solely do that on your own. That's why I talk about where the jobs are at, what the stocks are looking like, right? What does that look like, right? Like when I got to DC, it was 115. From 49 to 115, you do the math on that one. But again, it was still, you have to understand that when you get there, like this is another thing I hear, like the more money you make, the higher tax bracket you get put in. Okay, so find something to offset the taxes. Find something to offset the taxes, right? Find something that's going to help you keep your money in your pocket. Being married helps, having kids help, but if you don't want to do all of that, go buy some real estate. Go invest in a company. Go put your money into, and when I say invest in a company, get yourself where you could become an angel investor, where you could become investing into something like ground floor, Fundrise, a REIT, where you can invest into stocks that have increasing dividends. We talk about aristocrats and kings, like find ways to offset those taxes. All right. Don't be afraid because you make more money, you're gonna go into a higher tax bracket. So what? Let's look at it like this. Do you think that Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos care about the tax brackets they're in? Or they haven't stopped building businesses, adding value to those businesses, right? I'm just asking. Right? No, they haven't stopped. So don't let that deter you. And you can go see that journey to JM. There's several interviews that I've done on that journey. You can go and check those journeys. That's nothing like that. All right. There's nothing to hide there. Yeah. Yeah, taxes are not a reason to avoid leveling up. What you should avoid is not understanding how to get out of how to not pay all those taxes. You need to go look and read about how to avoid those taxes once you level up, right? Once you level up, you need to go look at that. All right, let's get back to it.
You need to either build a community or be a part of a community, correct? Or be in a community and build your own community inside a community. We understand that, right? All right, cool. We're about to get started. Okay. So what is a community? Okay. A social, religious, occupational, or other group sharing common characteristics or interests. But the cool thing is this group of people perceive themselves as a subgroup inside the bigger society. Does that make sense? So a community is a group of people inside of a community. So we have America, right? And then there are African Americans in America, and there are some people who are really into music that are African Americans. That's a culture. But there are some people that are in a music community, but It's subsets of underground music. You ever been to a club where they don't play no songs that's on the radio? It's a community. It's just a.
All right, so women in Linux, we are a community. We are a subset community of the tech community. You could say we're a subset community of women in tech community, if you want to look at it like that. We're a subset community of men in tech in community, right? We're a subset of a lot of things. The one thing I do want to make sure that you understand is we are a community that is not taking no for an answer and is not going to stop at 100K. If 100K is where you want to stop at, that's fine, but don't knock somebody else for wanting more, right? Don't knock somebody else for wanting to get to the 1 million or the 2 million, right? Don't knock because that's not your dream, right? Shit. Martin had a dream, Farrakhan had a dream, Malcolm had a dream. Yes. We all had dreams, you know what I'm saying? D, like you say, watch this. You know what I mean? Like, everybody had a dream, right? Everybody had their own perspective. Everybody had their own way, but don't knock somebody because that's not your goal, right? Don't knock somebody because they want to get 101,000 and you want 99. Don't knock somebody because they want 200K and you want 400K, right? Don't knock somebody. What I'm simply saying is this: it behooves you to make as much as you can, to keep as much as you can, to invest as much as you can. And investment looks in so many forms. You could be making an investment into a child's future. You could be making an investment into your family's legacy. And if you haven't learned anything about legacy, legacy comes in so many forms. And I was talking to Dee about this morning. Legacy could be something that your grandmother leave. Like we listened to the lady that was worth the grandmother that was worth 6 million. We listened to a grandfather who had money. We've listened to shows where the mother had money, right? We listened to shows where the father had money. We've listened to shows where the children had money or a child in the family had money, right? And so that legacy could come from different places, could come from different things. We even listened to a show where one young lady was friends with someone and her friend left her $13 million. One young lady was working for a guy and he had left her some money, right? So legacy comes in different forms and fashion, and people have this mindset like, oh my goodness, if I don't get married and if I don't have children, I have no legacy left. Well, you do. You had a mother, you had a father, you had a cousin, you had a sister or a brother or or a distant cousin or a family name. You had a name. Let's start there. You had a family name. And if you go out and created a foundation, if you did nothing and Dee told me to watch the show, I ain't watched it yet. Well, was it the billionaire that left all the money to the dog? Yeah, it was a billionaire that left the money to a dog. Like we've seen this, right? A billionaire that leaves money to pets, right? I'm not leaving it to none of you all. I'm gonna leave it to these pets. And I want these pets to have everlasting life after I leave. I want them to have a great life. Right? So when y'all talk about legacy to me and all this, oh, I gotta have my seed, the do da da da. I get it. I trust me, I get it. However, some of you are not going to have any seeds to lead anything to. Some of you are going to literally have a plant that you're going to have somebody take care of for the rest of your life. Some of you do you want to be a tree? That's her legacy, is a tree. Right? Again, I'm just simply saying legacy comes in different forms and fashions. And don't let people chastise you and ostracize you because you as a man chose not to have children, or you as a woman chose not to have children, or you're worthless if you're not married. Like I hear so much shit about what it is that people think about other people, right? Because this is how I look at it. This is just how Tamika looks at it. Because of a man or woman not being married, Does the United States look at that person as that as oh they're worthless so they ain't gotta pay no taxes? They're worthless to us. No, they don't. They still make your ass pay taxes. They take federal and state. They do not care about whether or not you're married or you're single. Thank you for your contribution. We need that, right? We need that. Thank you. So don't let people talk bad to you about because you don't have children or you chose not to get married or you're doing something different than what they're doing, right? People will downplay you and try to make you seem like you're just worthless, like you're worth nothing. You do know that you can be married and be worthless in a marriage, right? You do know you can be married and be worthless in a marriage. Let me give you some examples of being worthless in a marriage. You both can get your ass up and go to work every day and be broke. Yes. Yes, it happens. You can get up and go to work every day and be broke and be worth nothing. You are in debt, and it may not even be from child support, and it may not even be from student loans. It could just be bad financial decisions. It could be your mama wrote something in your name when you was a child and that debt still carried on. It could be something that your daddy did. It could be something, it could be anything. It could be two people in a marriage and be worthless. I'm just saying. Stop, as they say, getting on Beyonce's and Obama's internet and telling people that they're worthless, right? I hear this shit so much, right? And the part that cracks me up is that people fall in line and have this belief of that, like you're worthless because you don't have X, Y, and Z. Like I said before, the United States government doesn't care whether you're single or married. They're gonna get their taxes. They're going to get their money, honey. They're going to get their ends, right? And so, look, listen, it behooves you going back to what the original thought is in building the community. Make sure you all are leading with the best intentions in that building that community. And then, like I say, like he was saying, there's a subset. We're just a small subset, right? But I think we have a bigger impact, even though we're a small subset. Helmet Chili says, facts. I know a woman helped a guy who fell on the street in New York, and he left her money in his will. Exactly. Don says, for some people, the best part of their legacy would not be having any kids. Yeah. And later says, marriage alone is not success. It's not, right? It's not. Everybody has an idea what success is. That's another conversation. Like, what is success? That's a whole nother conversation. Because success for you may not be success for someone else. It's all about who you are, your tribe, where you're at. Are you where you want to be? Are you happy with where you're at? It's just so many different things. See the super chat. We appreciate the super chat. Frida, what'd you say? Facts. A childless person and people look down on childless single people. No side is better than the other. We're only sold the highlights. Taxes is going to be paid regardless. Exactly. Right. Taxes is going to be paid regardless. Um, being married, do you get some tax advantages? Of course. Having a business, do you get tax advantages? Of course. But not everybody's going to be married. Not everybody's going to start a business. Not everybody's going to have children. This is just what it is, right? And I just want people to understand it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. If you go look at TikTok, YouTube, all this Instagram, all these things, you would think you're you would think you're worthless. You would think you're worthless. But I'm here to let you know you're not worthless. I want you to know that we need you. Your family needs you. We need you, period. So don't, if you ever get, listen, if you ever just want to have a conversation, hop in the Slack and just start a conversation. You gotta at me because I don't always see things. Yep, people have to search themselves and get off of Instagram nonsense. Yeah, it's Instagram and YouTube and what's it? TikTok. Yeah. Like you would sit on those things, like man, you come across stuff. I'd be like, how do you come up with this? How do y'all come to these conclusions? Like one of the conversations I heard last night was people respected your grandfather. And then I had to take into account that when people say that, what era of grandfather are you talking about? Because there were people from the Great Depression and there's grandfathers from the 90s. Like what who era are you talking about? All right, because the grandfathers that I know, they was like grandfathers didn't talk. Well, they didn't talk because I'm not gonna go there. I ain't gonna do it. I ain't gonna do it. I ain't gonna do it because y'all act like these grandfathers was out here not creating other families. Y'all act like these grandfathers out here had an education. Y'all act like they was the smartest thing in the bunch. Y'all act like most people who came from the Great Depression era or the silent generation, you act like they had a lot of education. The people didn't have a lot of education. People didn't have a lot of education. Most of them didn't finish fourth, fifth, or sixth grade. They worked with their hands. They picked cotton. Y'all be sitting up here glorifying struggle like that. You want to talk about struggle love? That's struggle love. Oh, y'all done got me mad this morning. That struggle love. She out there picking cotton, coming home, raising the kids, making sure they got some food, making sure you eating them scraps that the white man done left us. And then you had the nerve to go tip off and go create another family. You ain't got no money, honey. You ain't got no money, honey. You think I'm mad because my grandmama didn't leave a legacy? Hell, she just had a third or fourth grade education. She could barely read and write. It's on me to make sure that the next generation coming behind me doesn't have to suffer. Because of what, granted, she was a great person, but she suffered. She suffered. I want my grandmother to clean houses for people. Let's be clear. She cleaned houses for white people. I got up every morning. We get up at 5 o'clock in the morning. I get on the bus with her, go up there. She tell you immediately. She was like, I work for these people. You don't work for them. You go sit your ass down and go to sleep while I go do the cleaning. But at the same token, there was only given my grandmother would get up, she would go clean the bathroom, she'd go clean the house, she'd go iron 20 shirts, she'd iron his pants, crease them, hang them up, make sure the caddy litter was fresh, cook food for him for the week, label it and the whole nine, and be there at 7 o'clock in the morning and leave at 3. And made it a point, like, and made it a point. This is what she used to do. She would make it a point, like the last thing she would do is vacuum. You always vacuum out of the room and you leave the lines so that you know that it's vacuum, right? She will always make it a point that when it was time to go, we had to hurry up and leave before he walked through the door because she didn't want to be there when he was there because it was offensive for her to be there when he was there. And when he would come in the room, she would be like, make sure when he come in the room, you're fresh. This, that, and that. Like it was like a salute. So don't give me this bull crap about, oh, the grandfathers were so damn great. No, they weren't so damn great. Stop. I don't know. I don't know them granddaddies. Let me say that. I don't know them granddaddies. Everybody in there the granddaddies. I don't know them granddaddies. Stop trying to normalize and abuse. That's what it sounds like to me. Normalizing abuse. That's what it sounds like to me, right? Uh, Helmet says folks seem to have a complex. If you become successful without struggling, then you ain't real. No, people have a problem with just people being successful, period. Not even the struggle. I can get on the internet and say, hey, I made $100,000 20 years ago. People will be like, no, she didn't. She lying to you. Don't I know a liar when you say black women don't make that kind of money. Ain't no way a black woman can do it. I hear this shit all the time. Cracks me up. I be like, well, sir, I understand that's how you feel. It's only 10% of the people that make $100,000. I hear that shit all the time. And I just be like, what? And this is when I know that people have not gotten out of their own mindset. They haven't gotten out of their own way. They haven't gotten out of their own shit. Because when you say $100,000, boy, it's like you started a war. You might like it's just like you started a war because everybody is like, what do you mean? $100,000. I'm like, God damn, the national average is 70. Lord Jesus, the national average is 70. Like Jesus Christ. Like, woo, Lord, we ain't gonna make it. We ain't gonna make it. Yeah, we ain't gonna make it. Lily says, every day, every cell in my body needs me. There is no playbook on life. You're writing your playbook every day. Tell it. Nothing awesome about the struggle. There was nothing awesome about their struggle. Hellman also says that your grandmother worked on the sugar plantation, bought lots of land, so we didn't have to work there. Yep. Said close to the end of her life, folks will offer her millions for the investment she made. Yep. Too much participation. Frida says, too much participation of suffrage Olympics in our community, suffering through unnecessary circumstances, no character building. Yeah. You know what? You know what, Natasha, soft life? You know what? I just want to live life. I just want to live life. One day it might be soft, one day it might be hard. One day it may be soft hard. It may be soft hard in one day. I just want to live life. I just want the freedom to do what I want to do. And I've created that because I don't want people telling me no, right? I don't want people telling me no. I hear you said no, but I'm gonna go over here and figure out how to get the yes. The people, that's what people do. These people that build businesses, they hear no, but they continue to go on until they get a yes. It only takes one yes, right? Yeah, a lot of people don't believe you can. A lot of people don't believe you can. So I want to create that community where it's okay to normalize making 200K. That has always been my goal. And 200K now is looking like kind of suspect. We looking kind of suspect at 200K. I mean, even some people had said, "See, you may need to move that to 300." But if I say 200, people like, "Oh, you not budgeting your money right." Okay, whatever. All right. Dealing these links. What'd you say? Normalize the source life. The Canes had their foot on our neck, but we were respected. Hell, we couldn't even have bank accounts. I ask that all the time, like Peter Investor, like instead of beating the person down, like about how they did it. I mean, about like if they did or didn't do it, ask them how they did it. And people never want to ask you that question. They'll never want to ask you that question. They just rather they. It's easier to rip you apart than to listen to your journey on how you did it. It's easier if I just go ahead and just poke holes in you because that's easier. All right. It's harder for me to listen to you on how you did it. Right? It's harder. Like this past weekend, not this past weekend. Was it this past weekend? Well, last week. When we were sitting in the room. We were sitting in the room and people were on stage and they were talking about their fund. And the minimum in some of the funds in order to get into the investments was $100,000. $100,000. And then I sit back and I was thinking to myself, how many people do I know can make that investment? How many people do I know individually, not as a collective, individually can give up $100,000 to make that investment, right? How many people do I know that can say, you know what, I like what they're doing. I'm gonna go ahead and invest. I'm gonna give you $100,000. I'll wait 5 years for it to double. It's all good. How many people do you know that can give up $50,000 and not miss it? Can you do it? If I put an investment in front of you, you do your analysis. Can you today commit $100,000 to invest into something? 200K is looking suspect. CPI changes, that's correct. Can you give up $100,000 right now? Can you give up 50, 30, 25, 10? Can you give up that money right now and not even blink an eye? Don't ask no questions. When we get done with it, we'll let you know. Don't ask no questions. When we get done with it, we'll let you know. Can you do that? Right? So the community that we're building is that community. I want you to be able to say, I got 10,000, I got 25, I got 50, I got 100. And we're not talking about we about to go buy a gold mine, which some people do. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about pure legit investments where, somebody has 100, maybe 100 or 200 storage units, and they need, and it's a minimum investment of 50,000. Hey, somebody over here has this SaaS product or this cloud to invest in, and they need a minimum of 10. Someone over here has a someone over here has a AI company to invest in, and the minimum investment into that is 14,000 or 15,000. Hey, this group over here has a group of a bunch of car washes that they bought. Minimum investment is 100,000 to get in. They'll have monthly or quarterly dividends. They'll do this. They'll do that. Right. Like, in order to do that, you got to have money to do that. So don't tell me money doesn't matter. Or you got to have some assets that are income producing or has gained value in order for you to sell that or become an accredited investor. These are the things that why we have this community, right? That's why we have this community, right? So don't get it twisted. I hear the stuff being talked out about around the internet. I'm listening. I hear them. And when I hear them, I go find sources and data to combat that. Let's get back to the video. Matt ran over.
Group of the overall society. Understand that? So what are y'all into? Just shout it. Shout like your niche community. Hip hop music, event design. You know what's cool though? Community wasn't necessarily built off like a social aspect or getting followers or getting in a Facebook group or building some sort of following. It was really based off survival. Community, the original idea of community was based off survival. Because if I'm going to hunt to feed my family, it's dangerous. I'm talking about like hunter-gatherers. Y'all remember them in school? Like I want to go hunt to feed my family, but it's dangerous out there. So we got to go together. You hungry? You hungry? You hungry? Cool. Let's all go together. I may not necessarily like you. I may not agree with your political views. I may not be the same skin color. I may not be into whatever you're into, but we got to go eat. It's survival. Does community help you survive? Here's what's cool. Everything I've ever done as an entrepreneur involved community because I understood one thing. If I'm involved in a community and I add value to the community, I'll never be broke. Or if something tragic happens to where I fall off somehow, I've helped enough people in the community that somebody will throw me a bone. But the problem is, we are all for self. This is the generation that created the word selfie. Our parents never used the word selfie. I was talking about this last night. Let me just get this off my chest. I used to love R&B music. What's your favorite R&B group? New Edition? Boyz II Men? Drew Hill? Hold on. Y'all mean y'all can't find no group that was started after like 2010? Think about it. What happened to the groups? What happened to the groups? Our whole world is all about me. And nobody wants to play the background. Nobody wants to be a backup singer and we all get rich, but it's all about me. I sing the best, so that's what I'm gonna do. Think about that, ain't that crazy? Just love me a group. Check this out, survival. The state or fact of continuing to live or exist, typically in spite of an accident, ordeal, or difficult circumstance. If you want to survive and you're going through a very difficult circumstance right now, it's probably because you're not a part of a community. And you're going through it yourself. Anybody been there? You don't have nobody to talk to. And maybe this is a little weird. If I'm going through something and you're not going through something, if you were going through something, it'll make me feel better. You ever talk to somebody, you're going through something, they going through something, and after the conversation, y'all talk about it, you feel better? But you talk to somebody that's not going through anything, and they try to inspire you or motivate you, you leave like they just don't understand. We gotta survive. Listen, we got some weird times coming up, y'all.
D, I should banish you for that comment. TGT. I should banish you for that comment. Okay. I should banish y'all block moderators, block D in the chat. Block D in the chat for this comment. TGT. I can't with you.
And I'm telling you, it's going to be us locking arms together to survive. Say survive. Good. Community, though, creates culture. So a community alone doesn't create the culture, but it's the community and the things that go on inside this community that creates the culture. What is culture? The arts and other manifestations of human intellectual achievement regarded collectively. It's all the arts, all the stuff that we do together that creates the culture. Let me check y'all real quick. What protein pairs best with this dish? What protein? Eggs? What? Come on. Y'all ain't never did this? I'm trying to see if y'all in my culture right quick. Y'all, this is what we do. Okay. That ain't fine dining. That ain't cuisine. College students, you know we the only culture do that, right? Making a whole dish. Y'all crazy. Check this out. I got to check your black card real quick. We just got to understand our culture. Follow me. You told Harpo to... Only our culture. There's probably somebody here right now like, what? I don't ever seen that. She's your... Y'all in my culture. Y'all know. What? Okay. What does GTD stand for? Hey, man, this kid's here. Watch your mouths.
Now when he said that, I was like, did he say TGT? When he said that, what does TGT stand for? Helmut, you are correct. When it comes down to what you said, when it's about the 60% need to be liquid, a lot of that needs to be liquid when you're doing the franchise and investing. To answer your question, Peter, investor, when you asked about commercial real estate versus residential, it's a little bit of mix of both, right? So when I look at it, right, from what I've seen, right, a lot of people buy the a lot of people will buy residential properties and Airbnb them out. I actually had a video that I want to discuss, which you probably ain't gonna have time to do it. But anyway, in that video, the one guy has 9 properties, and in those 9 properties, what he has done, he's just centered himself, basically a co-living situation, around uh around around hospitals. And what he does is he just buys houses, or he has moved from buying houses. I got to go back and look at what his strategy was, but basically he was able to make $1 million. He started out in tech. He was in a he worked in California. Anyway, he was at dinner one day or whatnot or something like that. Anyway, he ran into this lady who was a nurse, and she was a traveling nurse, and she was sleeping in at the sleep in or something like that, and they was charging her $3,000 a month to stay at the sleep in, right? One of the A motel basically. And he was like, so they charge you 3,000? He said, I can go get a house cheaper than that, and you can pay me 3,000 and be in a safer situation than staying in this motel that's kind of run down, right? But he put a la carte services around it, right? The a la carte services that he put around it were making sure that somebody could pick you up from the airport when you come in, making sure you had a car when you got there, making sure you had groceries in the refrigerator when you got there, having people come in and cook, having people come in and clean, signing up with the lawyer, well, not with the lawyers, but with the hospitals and stuff to get on the list for where traveling nurses could be, because a lot of hospitals have transient nursing and so forth. So it just took me down this rabbit hole of like, okay, basically he's doing the doc living, where he's building a community for in a place, a safe haven, a place for nurses and doctors who travel. So when you ask about residential or commercial, it could be either or if you're looking at it from that standpoint, right? If you're looking at it from that standpoint. The other thing to look at if you're talking about commercial is what type of commercial. Are we talking about churches? Are we talking about warehouses? Are we talking about storage units? Are we talking about uh, old hospitals possibly? What are we talking about? Like when you say commercial, right? So there's different asset classes within that. So again, can they both be lucrative? Yes, they are. They both can be lucrative. So it depends on your approach and how you make that approach. What are you looking to do? Again, you don't have to do everything by yourself. Be a part of a group. Get involved with some masterminds. Understand the market. Understand where you want to be at. Right. Again, there are a lot of people who are baby boomers that are retiring that have a lot of liquid cash, and they're looking somewhere to put that money, and they're not gone yet, but they're looking somewhere to put that money so that money continues to grow. So why could you not have an assisted living facility? Why could you not have a nursing home? Why could you not have a just a car or a caravan that pick people up and take them where they need to go to their medical appointments? You could create stuff where people come in and they stop by, and they read to somebody, or a lot of people are lonely in nursing homes and so forth. So it could be a business around where you get people, and people invest into you for you to go talk to these people and sit there and read to them or play chess with them or whatnot. I mean, there's a lot of things that go on in these nursing homes and stuff, and people just be wanting people just human interaction. There's still a need for that human interaction. Okay, how many robots, okay, how many AI things we create, people still long for that human interaction. It's just a human thing, right? It's just a human thing. So when you're thinking about creating a business and what that model could look like, that is along the line and associated with the business that you are going in for, real estate or at the different assets classes, what are the other tangible business that you can buy, or whether you buy a business, right? bookkeeping, security, the whole nine, just those things, right? Uh, Maybe going down a rabbit hole with that, but I just want to give you a clear view when you ask that question. I want you to think about other things as well too that could be centered around that. Even going back to the whole thing with buying a pizza franchise, what else could be centered around buying a pizza franchise? Like events, event space, those type of things, right? Maybe you sell wings and pizza, right? Salad and pizza, right? So just little things like that. All right, let's get back to it.
This is the stuff we know in our culture. This is the stuff we know. Check this out. Check this out, though. We do have some other things in our culture. We do have some other things in our culture, like spending money on things to impress people that we don't know and don't like. That's our culture. Every tax time, we take the tax money, buy a used car that's going to break down by the next year. Then we take that tax money, buy another used car that's going to break down by the next tax year. These are some things in our culture. You ain't never seen no buy here, pay here place in a white community. They put the stuff. Listen, here's what's sad. Because and it's in another slide, but we think that some of the negative things in our culture are cool. But the only way that we change these situations is by creating a movement of positive things in our culture. So community creates culture, but culture creates a movement. A group of people working together to advance their shared political, social, or artistic ideas. So just because you have a community and there's a culture there, anybody here interested in building a culture or a community? Good. You have to build a community, but to build a community, you got to create certain cultures. This is what we do here. That's the culture. But just because we have the culture, if there's nobody actually making people move, it's not a movement. Some people come to me and say, yo, I got this t-shirt brand, man, it's a movement. One, you don't got no community. Two, it's no culture of people that are believing what you believe. I was talking to a young man yesterday. He's like, yo, I got this brand, and it says something dope. Actually, where's he at? Dope man. The brand's hard. Dope man. Young kid, too. And he said, we're inspiring people through these various ways. And I asked him, well, how are you inspiring people? He said, through the clothing brand. He told me the meaning of the clothing brand. But I said, I can't get that meaning unless you're there. But if you really, really want to create a community around your brand and create a culture, you have to give a message. And it's the stuff outside of the thing that you sell that creates the movement. I said, if you're doing a workshop every single week in your city for young entrepreneurs, now you're creating a movement.
So that goes back to the original topic of what movement are we creating? What community have we created? Right? Are you motivated? Are you motivated to be better? Are you motivated to buy a t-shirt over at womeninlinux.org, hit shop and select a t-shirt to be delivered to you? Are you motivated to move forward and actually show others as well too, right? It's no need to keep all the info for yourself, right? You do better by sharing. You do better by sharing. And you learn more by sharing too, right? You learn more by sharing. So D, what do you think? Do you think we have motivated people? Do you think we have created a culture? What about those of you out there in the chat? Do you think we have motivated you? We have created a culture? Do you think you have learned? Right? Pay D no mind with her TGT. We'll let her back in. But let us know in the chat. Back to it.
I don't know. I have this morning meetup thing now, but I've been doing entrepreneurship workshops since I got out of my job. Everybody kept asking me, how'd you leave your job? How'd you become a full-time entrepreneur? So I do these entrepreneurship workshops for $10 in my city. We'll find a bar or a lounge on a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday that's slow that day. And I would do these workshops to bring people together. There's a community. And in this community, we come together, we learn. That's the culture. We are all moving in the same direction. But I got to get people out of their house, not just to follow me. So I'm telling the young men, listen, you do something consistently where you get people to move. Now you have a movement. And you have to sell something other than the product. So take this note. I need you to sell something other than your product. You have to sell something other than your product. When I was building my t-shirt brand, I wasn't selling t-shirts. I was selling a message. And if I can get you to buy into the message, the culture of it, and the movement of it, you see all these people. Listen, it had to be like 20, 30 people from Atlanta to Kissimmee, Florida, to go talk to some kids. Nobody asked me for no money. Because the message of the brand is we inspire, we educate, we take our entrepreneurial experiences and we teach the youth. That is the movement. I got to get people on a plane. Nobody asked me for no money. Everybody got their own flight. We got pictures. We got evidence. We inspire kids. That's what helped me build my business, not the t-shirts. Here's what's sad though. There is value in culture, and anything that's valuable gets stolen. What's crazy is we create the community, we create the culture, but if there's nobody making people move, somebody else from another community will come in and soon steal the culture and sell it back to us.
All the time. All the time. I could be over here talking about telling you about getting to 100K. I could tell you about what that looks like and something like that, and people will leave and someone else will go create something that don't look like us, and you'll hear it from them and you'll go back and say, "Oh, they was talking about the same thing, so I went ahead and signed up with them." Yeah, I went and signed up with them. Right? Happens all the time. Happens all the time. We get picked apart when we say, like, I look at this, it is a I don't know if it's a I don't know if it's a broke mindset or just a just it is a thought of this. Let me say it, and then you can probably translate this better than I can. If a black person comes to you selling something, the immediate thought process is it's a scam. And I'm not going to support that person because I know that it's a scam. But the presentation of it can be different if some other culture, and don't have to necessarily be white, can present the same thing to you and you will buy into it. Look at FTX. Look at uh, Bernie. Look at what's his name? Theranos, was that her name? The one with the $1 billion that was going to analyze the DNA and the blood and all of that, right? Look at it. I mean, you can go to American Greed. Look, I don't even have to. You can go to American Greed and just look up and down the timeline of that, right? Um, but when it comes to us, like even selling a course, or even or even just like Martin Luther King had a dream, right? And or whatnot, right? People are like, it's suspect. It can't be. We got so much fear in our culture and so much fear in our community that we don't even believe in others, which means we don't even believe in ourselves. It's almost like you got to sell yourself. You got to sell stuff to yourself, right? In other words, if I say, here's the path to take to get to 100K, do this, and this. After you get done with that, do this, and that's gonna get you to 200K. People are like, oh no, she lying. Nah. And I'm not even selling a course. I'm just I'm just giving you a blueprint and telling you a path. And people still would deny it. And people still would call you a fraud. People still will say that now that ain't how you do it. People still and those people haven't even done it. They haven't even tried it. They don't even know. At least I've done it. At least I tried it. I'm gonna tell you where I failed at. This is where I failed at. You may not fail, but this is where I failed at. This is what was hard for me to understand, to do, da 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 da, whatever. And people will be like, no, I'm not gonna try that. No, see what she talking about? She lying. She lying to you. You ain't gonna make 100,000. You ain't gonna make 200,000. You're not gonna make 1 million. And that's why I always break it down to you all like this. Imagine yourself making $100,000 over the last 10 to 15 years. Imagine yourself making 100,000 over the next, and this is just 100. I'm not even, we're gonna say you just ride this thing out at 100K. Let's just say you don't get no pay increases from $100,000 over the next 10 to 15 years. You would have made 1 million to 1.5 million gross. You would have made 1 million to 1.5 million gross. And then people would fight you and tell you that it ain't possible. That's because they don't see it for themselves and they've never seen it. They don't even realize it. I get in debates all the time with people, and they're like, to get to 200,000 or 250,000, it takes a lot of work. No, it takes some skills. It takes you understanding what those skill sets are. It takes you understanding the study, and it takes you understand that you may have to take a certification, or you may have to get some experience with that set of skills, and you will get there. You may not get there after you get the cert, but maybe in a year you may get there. Maybe in 2 years after you get that cert, you will get there. It really depends on how you market yourself, how much you understand the information. But you're gonna get there. But people don't believe that. Like I pull up salaries all day long, show stuff all day long. The question is, do you even apply for it? Do you even execute the plan? If you come here every week and you don't execute, what do you come here for? Just to hear me tell you the same blueprint over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, and you never execute? Okay, well, I just stop telling you the blueprint and just tell you to go out there and let's make this hot 47K and be okay. And don't worry about retirement. You're gonna live on SSI if it's still around. You're gonna have to live with a couple of people if they let you. Or you're gonna live in a tent under a bridge. You pick it. You pick your poison. All right? Yeah, I mean, I can go right now and go to the garage, pull out my truck, and be on YouTube with my stuff, with my handheld, be like, yeah, you can live this life too. Watch me. I could do that. Right? But that's not my thing, right? That's not my thing. My thing is to tell you how to get there. So you can go showcase your new Nissan Sentra. It's yours. You bought it in cash. Most people can't buy their cars in cash. Right? Most people can't even do that. Right? So let's get back to it.
Does it make sense? Am I right? Hip hop, listen, hip hop the movement wasn't created by us. We just created the culture. Am I right? We didn't put our own money behind it. We sold it to them. And they distributed it. Y'all not tired of that? But it's going to, listen, movements, however, require governance. Check this out. Governance encompasses the system by which an organization is controlled and operates, and the mechanism by which it and its people are held to account. So we have this community, group of people, we build a culture, and then we can create a movement, meaning we got people moving, but if there's no rules and guidelines around it, the community will soon die. A good example is Black Panthers, right? They had a 10-point checklist. This is the governance. These are the laws around what we do. Does that make sense? Nobody really wants to do this. We want to make posts and we want to sell people on a service or sell people on a community, but there has to be some sort of management organization. There has to be certain rules and laws. Not throwing shade. Black Lives Matter, right? Huge community of us. Built a strong culture of fighting against the machine. A movement. I'm talking about marching. Every city. So much so that organizations feel responsible and they feel obligated to actually give money to the organization and say, listen, I'm behind this movement. But there was no governance. And everybody's coming at the founder. But if any of you went from whatever you're at today to 100 million, you'd go to jail. You wouldn't know how to handle that. You'd go to jail. You'd misappropriate them funds. Am I right? You can't manage the little sales you got. People say, yo, I made $1 million this year, but do you have $1 million? No, it's hard to manage. What I'm saying is we need governance. This is how leaders create movements. You know what's cool? Governance requires leadership, though. We have any leaders here?
Let's talk about it. Do we have any leaders in the chat? Who's a leader and who's, I don't want to say a follower. Who wants to help a leader? Let's who can help a leader? Who's a leader and who wants to help a leader in the chat? Who's a leader in their household? Who's a leader in their job? Who's a leader amongst their siblings? Who's a leader in their family? Right? Speaking of 100K, does anyone have a lead for New York City front end web software engineer? I'm not sure. It's probably some in the job channel. Down to earth, you lead yourself. Where are you going? Where you going down to earth? You lead yourself. Where you going? Where you going? I ask this all the time. You know, I talk about this leadership conversation we have all the time, right? I liken anybody with leadership like this. I always relate it back to football. Let me get that one little hair's been up. It's been bothering me the whole time. I can't get it. Let's see. Oh, can't get it. Oh, there it is. Is that it? No, it's on this hand. Ah, whatever. I always messed it up. Anyway, leadership. I liken leadership to football game, right? I always use this analogy, right? When Tom Brady or any quarterback, because they're leading the team down the field, offensive side, and they go to the huddle, and they say, we're gonna run this play, right? And they break out the huddle, they go up to the line. Everybody looks over the defense to see where everybody's at. Tom's like, oh, or the quarterback is like, oh, I don't like the way this defense is looking. Let's do an audible, right? He calls an audible, Omaha, and he calls an audible, right? When he calls that audible, every offensive player on that team knows the next position they're supposed to be in. They know the play and they know who they're supposed to protect in order to what? Move the ball down the field. Now, what does that mean to you? It should mean if I'm in a marriage or if I'm in a relationship or if I'm in a situationship, whatever the case may be, relationship, friendship, whatever. If whoever is leading is calling an audible, that means that communication of what that audible is or what that next play is, those people know what it is. Why? Because there are systems in place, there's a support group in place. So I know for self that when I go up to this line and I call this audible, my supporting cast knows exactly the language I'm speaking. This community knows what I'm talking about. They know where they need to be. I'm going to move this ball down the field 5 yards, boom, or 10 yards or touchdown, right? Or I'm going to give it off to this running back or whatever the case may be. But again, we cannot be calling ourselves leaders and don't have no communication about where we're going. Like, where are we going and how we're going to get there, right? I can't call myself a leader and not tell you, hey, this is where we're going. This is the expectation. Here's how we're going to get there. I welcome your input. Let me tell you why input is important. Because me as the leader, I can't see everything. I could see everything, but I may be reading it wrong. You may see something else. So when Tom Brady goes up there and he looks over and he scans over and he's looking at the defense and he's seeing something else, you don't ever do you ever see his lineman get up and point like right there, hold right there. That person right there, you see that all the time, right? You see the offensive line who has to protect the leader looking over the landscape as well too, saying, I see an issue you might not have seen. Why? Because I know the play that we're about to run may not be a good play. So you may need to call this audible. You may need audible to audible. But I know as a supporting cast, as supporting members, where I need to be. That's how I look at it. You can't make an audible in a relationship. And this relationship doesn't have to be man and woman, it could be the community, the relationship in the community. And switch gears and then not tell your people that you're switching gears and then expect them still to perform. It doesn't work like that. People are not mind readers, right? You click over time, yes, over time, repetitiveness over time, but you're not mind readers. Shout out to Smart Money Chick TV. Thank you for becoming a new member. All right. Free, you said, I feel imposter syndrome because I can't lead enough. When you say you can't lead enough, what does that mean? How much, how many, what are you trying to, how many people are you trying to lead? What are you trying to lead? We're trying, what, maybe you switch a role. Maybe you lead and maybe you support. And then it's situation dependent too, right? I'm definitely the leader amongst my siblings. I got you done. All right. Leadership comes in different forms, right? It may be siblings, it may be at work, it may be in another community. You may be part of the puppy child community or whatever, right? You're getting the pups together. It depends, right? It really depends. Queen Lee said, you said you definitely consider yourself a leader in my circle of family and friends. I got you. Helmet, you say you support leadership. I get that. Team around leadership can make or break. Having too many yes people around you can be bad too. Exactly. Exactly. Peter Investor, thank you. You want to be Josh from the West Wing. Also, there are different type of leadership styles. What type of leader are you? Yep. But I like the reason why I use the analogy with football because it's something you can see most time. Most men can relate to it. Again, it always goes back to if you're going to lead, where are we going? Do we have a playbook for every play? We need a playbook for every play. At least a start of a playbook. We may have some make some adjustments in there. That's okay. But what is the play? And so when you get into these conversations about what leadership is, even at your job, you have to ask yourself is, well, what kind of person is this person? Do they communicate well? Do they understand the goal? Are they looking at what the big vision is? Are they communicating that back to me? And on top of that, not even just communicating that back to me, are they communicating that to others on the team? Do we all move cohesively? Right? Do we all understand our assignments? Can we interchange the assignments? Right? D says types of leaderships is what you're typing. I'm assuming is servant, authoritative, delegate, transformational, transactional, or persisitative. I'm assuming that's what that is. Right? Different styles of leadership. And you all can put in the definitions of those in the chat as well too. All right. So let's get back to it.
Who you lead though? Myself. Who you lead? I'm asking you. I'm begging you. I'm pleading with you. We've got to take ownership. If you call yourself a leader, there are some people that are responsible for you. Listen, I'm talking about while I'm working at the Cheesecake Factory, my coworkers, I feel extremely responsible to lead my family. Do you know that some of you are your parents' last hope of accomplishing their dream? Listen, they're getting up in age. They ain't gonna go out and build no business. They ain't gonna go out and build no brand. They've never flown first class. They've never taken a vacation, but they're not gonna go out and get it. And you have the responsibility to go out and get it. But if you don't, they never will. Y'all don't feel that responsibility? You don't feel that on your shoulders? I think making $100,000 is probably the most selfish goal that we can have, because $100,000 will take care of you. So I'm not talking about, yo, you need to go make all this money just so you can make all this money. I'm talking about, how can you create something? How can you create a movement? How can you get people to move? How can you be such a leader of an organization where there's value in your community? Everybody's making money, everybody's growing, so you can take care of more people in your community. I deem myself as a leader not because I have a following, not because of a following count. Not even because we have a morning meetup group that meets every morning, we talk and people are getting results and people are growing and people are connecting. Come on. Here's the coolest part. They have meetups without me. We put a group together, and I'm not saying, hey, Lashana, call these people and have a meetup.
Oh, let's talk about it, JM. I don't think that's what he's saying, that you should be responsible for your parents and their mistakes and the decisions early in their life. That's not what I gathered from that. What I gathered from what he was saying was being responsible for your family in terms of making sure that they're not sleeping in a tent under a bridge, right? Again, this goes back to what I said before. It depends on your relationship with your family. It depends on the relationship that you had with your parents. Like if your parents burned you and threw you in hot scalding water and you ain't never dealt with them since then, I get that. But some people don't have that relationship with their parents. Some people got a great relationship with their parents, and their parents just were not great earners. Like let's face the truth. Like some people work very hard at what they did, and they were nurses and they didn't earn a lot of money, and or they worked at a school and they didn't earn a lot of money, or they did something they didn't earn a lot of money, right? Later, I know I was gonna trigger some people today. I knew that. I said that in the beginning. I said that in the beginning. I said it was gonna trigger some people. It's okay. But you again, the point is making 100K is selfish. You don't have to take care of your parents if that's not something that you want to do, if that's not something you need. But again, it behooves you to make as much money as you can, not just for yourself, but for maybe others. You may have a niece, you may have a nephew, you may have a dog you want to have taken care of after you leave, a cat. You may want to leave a legacy of a foundation. You may want to create a foundation for scholarships for people to enter in tech or to buy a house. You may want to start a foundation, a scholarship to buy for people to buy houses. It really depends, right? It's on you to decide on what that is. And all I'm simply saying is that 100K ain't gonna get there. That's all I'm saying. You're gonna have to have a little bit more than that. Let's get back to it.
But I believe if I'm operating in integrity and I'm moving the way I need to move, you will find people that emerge and say, yo, I'm gonna do that. I got that. You don't have to prompt me, you don't gotta give me no money, you don't gotta do none of that. I will take this subgroup and I will lead them. True definition of leadership. Okay. But governance requires leadership. Leadership is the art of motivating a group of people to act towards achieving a common goal. Martin, here's what's crazy about Martin. Nonviolence, right? But he was a leader. Not only was he telling people what to do, but he's front line with the group. But leaders are thinkers. There was a point where these big companies weren't hiring Black people. And Martin Luther King didn't say, yo, let's just march in front of a building. He didn't say, yo, let's throw rocks at the building. He said, oh, Coca-Cola, you're not hiring our people. Oh, you're mistreating the employees that you have that are Black. Okay, no problem. I ain't got to fight with you. I ain't got to yell. I ain't got to take you to court. Listen, community, nobody buys Coke. Nobody drinks Coke. We gonna get it together. Listen, we ain't gotta fight nobody. Nobody. And then the companies come back. Oh, whoa, hold on, slow down. I love Black people. What you mean? I'll donate to Black Lives Matter. It's cool. No, I got this. I love y'all and your people.
All right, let's talk about that Coca-Cola and the whole thing. So some of you all are not old enough to remember this. There's no shade against you. You just weren't born yet. Just what it is. Some of you are not old enough to remember, but I remember these things where you would look at a Coca-Cola commercial or a McDonald's commercial and it wouldn't be any Black people on the commercial. It wouldn't be any Black people on the commercial. The Coca-Cola came around with like, I like to teach the world to sing and right? That one, I'd like to buy a world of Coke and live in perfect harmony. I think that's the song I sing. That was it. That everybody interlocking their hands across the world with the Coca-Cola. I don't know if you remember the polar bears. Y'all remember the polar bears from the Coca-Cola commercial? If you keep going down the line, I can distinctly remember not even when Domino's Pizza came out. I don't even, truth be told, I really don't even remember Domino's Pizza commercials. I remember pizza. I don't remember Domino's Pizza commercials, right? I remember pizza, right? The commercials I remember for Domino. What I remember about Domino's, people were getting killed because they had a delivery time of 30 minutes or less, and so people was, oh yeah, where's the beef? That was Wendy's. Where Wendy's did where's the beef too. It was with an older lady. She was like, where's the beef? McDonald's, then their commercials. Who's the one that was first started singing on the commercials? Was that McDonald's or was that Coca-Cola? When they started singing on the commercial. Now, here's how big of an influence hip hop had on commercials. Once hip hop started taking off, you started seeing more people, like you would hear hip hop songs, you would hear people rapping on songs. Now, if we really want to be truthful and break it down, before hip hop, we got to talk about the people like Roberta Flack and a lot of like Earth, Wind and Fire. A lot of them were making music jingles behind the scenes long before hip hop. They were doing the jingles, or they were doing the intros to some of your favorite shows. Like, I mean, we can go back before 227 when Marla Gibbs was singing on that. And Nail when she was singing on hers. But I'm just trying to show you the influence that you have that you may not even know that you have. The things that you can change right in your own circle and you not even know that you could do it, right? So these are things that we were able to do. We were able to sing those jingles. A lot of the jazz musicians have written a lot of songs for a lot of intros to TV shows, right? Another little niche, writing jingles, voiceovers, another niche, right? Cree Summer is the queen of voiceovers. Anybody know who Cree Summers is? Do you know who she is? You should know. You should know who Cree is. Cree Summers, even what's his name? Even LeVar Burton has done plenty of voiceovers. So has The Rock and many others, many countless of others have done voiceovers. Yeah, Freddie, right? So when I say there is Frankie, you call her Frankie, it's Freddie, dear. Frankie would be Keisha Cole mom. And she was in a different world. But again, when it comes down to being able to uh, uh, understand where your community at and the leadership and the things that you can change. I want you to be able to do a deeper dive of what that looks like in tech, what that looks like in investing, what that looks like. Like even when we talk about investing, there's a group that does options, there's a group that does futures, there's a group that does nothing but dividends, and there's a group that does nothing but invest in aristocrats and nothing but kings. And then there's a small group that just swing trade. There's one that just do day trading. There's different types of trading when it comes to when it comes investing and trading, right? There are people that just invest in REITs, right? They don't do anything but invest. There are people that just invest in municipal bonds. There are people that just do CDs and bonds. There are people that only invest in real estate. There are people that invest only in tech companies. There are ones that only invest in car washes. There are people that only invest in assisted living homes. And it's just so many different ways to make money. How are you going to make money? How are you going to sustain your lifestyle? How are you going to sustain your lifestyle in your retirement? What do you need for retirement? Drop in the chat how much money you need for retirement. Drop in the chat how much you need for retirement. What's up, Donnie? You showed up. Let's not forget a lot of music produced by Black people was stolen by the entertainment. Exactly. A lot of it was stolen. But I want you all to get in the mindset of one, don't let people steal your stuff. So protect your assets. That's why we have the petty T moments. So you can understand how to protect your assets. And the other one is, how do you take care of your of your legacy? How do you create your legacy? How do you take care of that, and how do you create it? Between you say a better option may be to work together and buy Coke shares and groups in addition to not purchasing KO products. What's funny that you mentioned about Coke products. I actually have on my list here to talk about the dip in Coca-Cola. And is it a good time to go ahead and start buying up more Coca-Cola? Because you already know who's one of the biggest owners of Coca-Cola, right? You already know, and you know he's probably gonna buy more, right? You said, JM, you don't need that much for retirement, just steady flows of passive income. I got you. Like at least 2 million for retirement. Yep, Peter Investor, I agree. At least two. I'm trying to get 10. That's my goal. 10 million for retirement. That's my goal. So let's get back to it.
But without a leader, we take the abuse. One thing these people love more than the hate that they have for Black people was green people. But it's going to take a leader that has some sort of vision that's saying, listen, I know it's going to be hard. I know it's going to be tough. I know it's going to be rough, but I got to go through it. Listen, I'm so excited that all y'all bought a ticket here is because there's a lot of people that claim to be leaders that are teaching and educating coaches, but they're putting on events, but they've never bought a ticket to an event. There's a bunch of, it's crazy, coaches that tell people the best thing for you is to hire a coach, me. But that person has never hired a coach. I feel so confident selling y'all these tickets because I've been to way more conferences than you, and I bought the tickets even when I know the organizer. Because you can't take my testimonial away. Listen, I'm selling y'all something that I'm buying. So if I'm coaching somebody, if you pay me for coaching, I just want you to understand that I've paid 10 times what you paid. I will never sell you something that I didn't buy myself. Think of a number in your head. How much do you think it would cost for me for the year? Go ask the event on. But I'm gonna go shop with the vendors. Some of y'all need to shop with the vendors simply because you have a product and you want people to buy from you. Is this making sense? Like Wall Street. Imagine the leadership. Imagine there's a plot of land and one person comes and says, I'm gonna build a community here. Where would you start? What would you do? I don't know. I have no idea. Like, yo, if there's a plot of land, I'm gonna build a community, and there's a vision saying, yo, we need a grocery store, we're gonna need a school, we're gonna need airplanes, we're gonna, like, you come to a plot of land, where would you start?
So this conversation has been brought up before too, like building, right? And the building of this is these new cities and stuff. People like don't build because they're gonna burn it down. We gotta leave and go overseas to build and this, that, and other. We need to go to Africa and we need to go over there and build stuff, this, that, and other. Okay, so let's really have a conversation. How many of y'all going over to Africa? First off, let's back up. How many of y'all got a passport? That's one. How many of y'all can afford to buy a passport? And then three, how many of you are going to go to Africa to build? Or you're going to go to Costa Rica to build? How many of you are going to leave your family, leave your mother, leave your father, leave your siblings, leave everyone to go build? How many of you are going to leave your mom and dad if you're an only child, right? And you're like, you know what, mom and dad, I can't do nothing for you here. It's better for me in Africa. I'm gone, right? How many of y'all have that, right? How many of you have that ability to do that, right? And when you get there, are you gonna work remotely on your job in the U.S.? Are you gonna find a job there, or maybe your job don't allow you to work remotely? Are you gonna find a job there, right? I have a lot of questions about what your plan is. Again, it's all about your plan. It's all about your plan, right? Do you going? You going to Africa to build, or you staying? I'll visit, but I'm not staying, and damn sure not going somewhere to build. Now I may retire in South France. I got you. Why can't we have Africa on America? Why is it one or the other? That's what I've been saying. I'm like, why can't we trade, right? I don't know why we can't trade. I don't know why we can't set up goods, right? I did that talk. I did show that talk about investing and building in Africa, building communities and so forth in Africa. Doesn't necessarily mean you have to leave. You can still stay here and invest here as well too, and invest over there, right? Passport for sure. I left my country to come to North America. This place is the best for the for opportunities. What country was that? What country was that? I think to build a community is not a task for a single person. So, JM, to build a community is a task for a single person from the perspective of it takes only one person to start to build the community, right? Someone has to start it, right? Somebody has to have the idea to start it. You have to then effectively understand what the goal is and communicate that and then gather others to build the community. But it only starts with one person to build the community. I'll give you a good prime example of one person that started to build the community. Linus Torvald, when he built Linux, right? The other person, when we look at how McDonald's got started, right? When you look at how KFC got started, when you look at it, only takes one person to start the idea of what it could be. It takes others to actually go through and push the needle forward. Only takes one person to start. Oh, okay, Barbados, I got you. You can go gangbusters. Ham, you said countries in Africa like Rwanda are growing faster than anything in Europe or America. Europe, China, and America all focus on the continent of Africa. Yeah, they all, I mean, even China's focused on Africa, right? China been in Africa for what, about 60 years, if not longer. No passport bros. I hear you. All right, let's get busy.
I just flew to Vegas like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, and I'm flying over the desert. And you see all this desert land. And then you get to Las Vegas. And it's almost like desert here and then building, casino, building, whole community. And I'm thinking to myself as a visionary and as a leader, wow, what was the first step? So I'm starting to study how Vegas was created. I need to know that. Y'all ever flew to Vegas and thought that? Like, look out the window. Oh.
Did he not see the movie? I'm just asking.
Desert sand, and then y'all know it's built in the middle of a desert. And my mind goes to how they get electricity, how they get water, how. And then we started thinking about Black Wall Street. O.W. Gurley goes to a plot of land and says, yo, this is the community that we're going to build. Started by a man with a vision that was willing. Listen, can you imagine him buying the land? You think whoever sold it to him or the neighboring communities were happy about that? Do you think he had any fear for his life as he starts to build it? Some of you claim to be leaders, but you're not even willing, like, public embarrassment for the thing that you believe. I'm talking about these people had to risk their lives as a leader because he understood how important it was for his community. And he knew if we build one, someone will be inspired to build another one. I don't got to take credit for that. You ain't got to use my name. But I know if I build it, other people will follow me. Some of you say you're leading your family. Where? Where are you leading them? I'm being very, very intentional nowadays, and this is me growing as a parent. I'm being very intentional to bring my daughter, Corey, out with me as I'm handling business. And what's crazy is I'll ask her, like, yo, you want to come hang out with dad? She's like, no, absolutely not. And I let her live with that. Because I don't know, I'm not going to force you to do something you don't want to do. But I thought about it. I'm allowing her to not be exposed. So now I have to disregard her liking me to teach her a lesson. And what's crazy is she was talking about these bracelets that she was building, but the last few weeks I've been taking her with me for my whole day. And she has an attitude. She doesn't want to be there necessarily, right? I'm meeting these people, talking to these people, the building that we just built out, the studio. I'm having issues with contractors. She's hearing me talking on the phone. And for some reason, she said, yo, I'm going to sell bracelets at the conference. She's up. I don't know. I went to sleep last night. Give her a round of applause. Is she here? Where Corey at? Corey here? She's up late night. Like I was asleep and she was still making bracelets. I walk her around with me to talk to y'all so she can see it. You're leading your family where? They're watching you. Your kids are watching you start, stop, start, stop, start, stop. You think they don't hear them conversations with you and your girlfriends on the phone?
Well, not only are your kids watching you, there are other family members watching you, your parents are watching you, there are friends that are watching you. And some are watching you with good intentions, and some are watching with bad intentions. Some people are watching you, waiting for you to fail, and some are watching you, waiting for you to succeed. And then they'll hop on and then go there. I'm gonna let you try it first, and then if you fail, oh, okay, well then I ain't gonna do it. But if you succeed, I'll come on board. And then there's some people that'll support you and be like, oh, I bet you they ain't see that. I'm gonna go join that, right? What I'm simply saying is this. The people around you, make sure they have the best intentions while they're around you. We see so many conversations about people being jealous because you made the million and they didn't make the million. You got the girl, they didn't get the girl. You got the guy, they didn't get the guy. You got the deal, they didn't get the deal. We see so many jealousy, so many jealous tendencies out here. And that's alarming as well too. Like people that jealous because of something you put in effort into and they're not willing to do the same thing. They're not willing to put in the effort. They're not willing to go down the route in which you went. Like this, that's crazy. Yeah, Stone would steal for you and try to play you in your face. Yo, like they built it, like it was their idea. You saw what happened with McDonald's and how McDonald's came to be. They got their stuff stolen right out from under them. Did anybody watch The Banker on Apple TV? Did y'all watch The Banker on Apple TV? It's another one to watch, right? Right? People are like, don't share your ideas and your dreams with other people. But it's so hard not to share your ideas and dreams with other people because you're trying to build a community and you want to build and you want to do X, Y, this, and everybody's like, you got to move in silent. That's crazy that you got to move in silent, right? It's crazy that you got to move in silent because you can't trust someone in your circle because someone tried to take you out. What was the one? It was one recently. It was in Atlanta. The situation that happened in Atlanta with Alice Goodwin and that crew. Somebody in the own crew was mad and jealous and took out his own friend. You've been hanging out with a man for 20 years and you take him out. Come on now. What are we talking about? Are we literally that upset that somebody got sorry for the cliche, got the juice? We really up that set? We really up that upset because somebody got the juice and you don't? What happened? What happened to us banding together like, yo, I remember growing up. I remember growing up and me and my cousin was like, we about to get jobs for the summer because we about to have us some money. And we all went and band together and went and all worked at Wendy's. And then one left from Wendy's and went and worked at Pizza Hut. And then somebody else went and worked over at Pizza Hut. Then we all band together and we was like, oh, we need to move on from this, but we got to get our money, right? It was a thing for us to be like, yo, we got to have money so we can go to the movie or we can get our own hair done or we can go buy our own clothes or we can go do this or we can go to the mall or it was a thing for us to like, oh, okay, what you doing over there? Okay, I'm gonna come over there and do that with you. Oh, what that's not okay. All right, I get a shot, right? You win, I'm just gonna go do it. Let's go do it, right? It was a thing, right? It was a thing for me in high school where we all were like, man, did you what what you make on the exam? You made a 65, I made an 89. What you missed? Come, let's talk about it. Let's have a study session. It was a thing for us to all make A's. It was a thing for us to all make B's. It was a thing for us to all make sure we signed up and went to college. It was a thing for us. Like we all sat down, like, did you fill out the application? What did your counselor say? Did you do this? My mama hired this person, this, that, another. I'm gonna have my mama call your mama so they can talk to this person so you can talk about getting some funding for school and blah blah blah. It was a thing for us. It was a pride thing for us. Like, man, we gotta do what we gotta do. And we still check in with each other and be like, what you doing? What you doing? My maiden name is Banks. People be like, yo, Banks, what's up? Where you at these days? What you working on? What you doing? How can I support you? Yo, I heard you was doing this. Oh, you giving a talk? Oh, okay, cool. I'm coming to your talk. True stories. I was in Vegas, and one of my guy friends from high school, I hadn't seen him since graduation, since '93. I was walking down the hall in Vegas. I saw him. He saw me. He was like, "What's up?" We stood there for about an hour standing there talking because we were just catching up on life and stuff like that. And I was like, I'm getting ready to go do my talk. He's like, all right, I'm coming to your talk. He came to my talk. Ended up meeting up with his wife, who was a friend of mine in high school too. We went out to dinner and stuff like that. We chilled, we talked, we did our thing. It was just more or less like, yo, it was like we catching up. It was like, man, it's good to see you, man. I'm glad you're doing well. He's doing his thing, running IT services in DeKalb County. We hit each other up every now and then, being like, "Yo, you good? You straight on the job? You don't need nothing, do you? You all right? What's going on?" That's just the power of friendship and community and stuff like that that I come from. So when people talk about like how you can't talk about what you're doing and can't talk about this, can't talk, it don't make sense to me. It just don't make sense to me, right? We sit down, we have study sessions. That's why the meetups are so cool for me because it's just like I was back in high school. We're gonna have a meetup and we're gonna talk about, well, maybe today we just gonna talk because you had a bad day. We just gonna talk, or maybe today we gonna talk about where Linux is at, where it's going, what does it look like, what you need, and what you can do. Like we gonna do that, right? We all need to we like I don't understand like why wouldn't you want the person next to you making 100,000 or 200,000 or 300,000? I need for you to make 100,000 so you don't ask me for no money. I'm just playing. I'm just playing, but I need for you all to be successful, right? Right, we all need to be on the road this semester. Down to earth, you said, I don't even need to band with anyone. I've learned it costs nothing to clap for someone while working on yourself. Correct. Helmet, you said you would hear people say, I don't want to be too successful. Yeah, I don't even understand what that means. What does that look like? What is successful, right? What is that? Oh yeah, I see all the betrayal in the mafia. Yep, right. Yeah, leveling up should be encouraged. Right. I want everybody to be millionaires. What's the problem? Why can't we have a circle of millionaires? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Why can't every black man and every black woman, why can't every black family, why can the black man and the black woman in a family both be millionaires? Why? Why does it have to be if he's a millionaire, then she can't be one? Why can't they both be millionaires? Why? 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 What where because this is you know what? It's one thing Dave Ramsey said this week that I was like, oh, that's a bar. He was talking to a young man, and the young man was like, my dad is very ill. He has pretty much driven himself to drink. My siblings are not um are not are not responsible enough to help him and so forth and so on, right? So one of the things he was saying was his dad, who's 48, I think he was 48 or 35 or 48, is in the hospice care and they don't expect him to live. His mom has divorced him. He's not gonna make it. Um, and so he was like, they're trying to figure out like, what to do. He's the young guy that called in was 19. And so he said to Dave, he was like, he was it was who basically it was who's gonna be able to call it quits when it's time for him to go kaput, right? Who's gonna be able to say, go ahead and pull the plug? Who's gonna make the decisions for him? And he was like, he was like, he's not old enough to make those decisions for him. He's only 19. He's trying to start his life. So now the question, Dave was like, well, do you want to take that on for however long he lives, this, that, and the other? But the one thing Dave said was, he said, there's nothing in the Bible that says that obligates you to taking care of him, not now, not never in the Old Testament or in the New. So if you decide to walk away from it, you're free to do so, right? And sometimes you all need to decide when to walk away from things because it's just not mentally healthy for you, which turns into not being physically healthy for you, right? Jay, what you say? Some people worry that if everybody is able to make 100K, then now you would need 1 million to maintain your lifestyle. I don't know who says that. Totally sign on in that. No reason why we can't pull together to make sure that we all win. I don't understand why folks can't buy into that. Folks can't buy into a Queen Lee because they don't even have self belief in themselves. They have no belief in themselves, nor the people that are around them have no belief in them either. So they all sit around and not believing. That's just what it boils down to. And you can't sit up here and have the same skills at 18 that you have at 30 and think that it's going to make you that millionaire. You got to improve your skills, whether it's improving how you talk, improving your vocabulary, improving your surroundings, your social circle, whether you improve how you dress or how you walk or the the places that you visited and you travel. There always have to be some type of self-improvement. You always have to be improving and putting yourself in places where you can thrive and putting yourself in places where you're not the smartest person in the room, right? If you're the smartest person in the room, then you got to switch it up and so that you're not the smartest person in the room, so that you can learn from others, so that you can be a better person, a better some. You know, when you put that up about being a servant leader, sometimes you got to be a servant to yourself, if that makes sense. Sometimes you got to understand how to serve yourself. How can someone else learn how and what you like if you don't serve yourself? What makes you happy? What makes you tick? Find out your niche, your why, your how, your because, your family, your need, your focus, your leadership. What type of leadership do you like? Again, like he said, where we going? Everybody want to leave, but where we going? Does the train make stops? No. We just got somebody in there just shoveling coal in. It ain't gonna never make no stop. Okay, cool. All right, I got it. Where are we going? Right? Well, that's all the time we got for this show. D got stuff to do. I don't know. Can I run the other show, D, by myself? Is that okay? No? Oh, okay. All right. What we doing? 3:30? I can't. I don't understand. I don't understand. I mean, I still got other stuff, and we didn't finish this video, but that's the rest of the stuff it's still relevant, but you can listen to it. Um, I had other things that I wanted to bring up, but that's all good. I had stuff on about the millionaires. I got stuff on what 100K gets you, what 100K jobs at, living abroad, land trusts, first time home buyers. I got stuff on uh, cyber crimes, who got taken down this week. Got stuff on Elon. I'm waiting on D on that. D was like, keep going on this show. I don't know. You all tell me. Y'all want me to keep going on this show? Y'all want me to do the separate show? Let me tell you what's on the separate show. It's a lot on the separate show. Hold on. Let me go over here and tell you what's on the other show. On the other show, So on the other show, we got a lot of security, cyber events, training, skill gaps, some stuff on Linux, uh, quantum computing. Oh, and this is my one I wanted to bring up. Let's bring this up now. Let's bring this up now. This is what I one of the ones that I did want to bring up right here. Many America's black youth cannot read or do math. Now, right? So I was online this week and I was looking at people talk about dating some men um, that couldn't do multiplication and couldn't read, right? Um, so this goes back into the conversation, and I posted this in the community channel. Um, and let me go to YouTube. Let's go to Women in Linux right here. And then let's go to the community channel. Right here. So I did this talk, and I talked about this before. So and I put the links up. This is for my talk, right? And it talks about we see this is goes back into leadership. This goes back into skills gap. This goes back into everything that we talked about. Where are we going? What are we doing? What we putting in place? Right? Many of America's black youth cannot read or do math. Right? All right. So let's go here. There's something deeply troubling. Let me see when this came out to, by the way. This came out in 2021. And let me pull up another link that I had. Let me um pull this up. Let me see. Because a conversation that I had with a guy friend of mine. Let me pull this up. Let me share this to myself and then I'll pull it up. Oh yeah, let's not go there. Let's put it on the chart. Let's put it on there. All right. So over here. Oh, did it not save it? Should be in real time. Oh, there you go. All right. All right. So this is another article too. Let me make sure I get these articles together. All right. New report exposes steep declines in data science skills among fourth and eighth graders across America. Now you see the Asian Pacific Islanders, their average scale scores up here, and here's where it is for Black people, right? So keep that in mind. I shall keep that same energy. Let's come back over here and let's look at this one. Same energy. Keep the same energy. America is failing to prepare Gen Z to enter the workforce due to a glaring gap in tech skills. Well, this reading and math is a fundamental thing you need to live, much less tech skills, right? Um, Gosh, I gotta sign in for this. I'm gonna have to sign in for this. Oh, where's this? This Fortune. I think I got one. Let me double verify. Oh, that's so sad. I can't put it. I might put it somewhere else. I forget my login. Anyway, so Gen Z, that's from 11 to 28 is what Gen Z is, right? Gen Z age range. So numerous outlets are using the starting birth in 1997 for Gen Z. Yeah, so Gen Z, just 10 years old, are factored in. 68 million of members. All right, yeah. So from 10, the 10 or 11, right? Right, 10 or 11, right? Just that's the start. All right. So the older Gen Zs, yeah, see right here, age range by generation. Gen Z is from 97 to 2012, from 11 to 26. So people between the ages of 18 to 26 don't have enough tech skills coming out of school, right? So keep that same energy. All right, let's back over here. Title: Many Black youths cannot read or do math. New report is exposes steep decline in data science skills among fourth and eighth graders, right? And then we got the whole Gen Z, the glaring skills gap, which is tech skills gap, um, coming out. So the question is, what's going on, right? And we can all say it starts at home, right? We can all say that. That's fine. Okay, so now how do you fix it? If you 18, 19, 20, 21, and you can't read past the fourth grade level or eighth grade level, see, this is why these debates don't make sense to me, right? This is why these debates don't make sense to me. You're saying, hey, young lady, young man, y'all need to be looking for someone when you're before 25 or before 20. I heard yesterday, if you're 27 and you're not married, you're worthless, right? So now the question becomes is, okay, well, according to here, there's a skills gap, right? We got a whole skills gap. I got even one more article that I pulled up, right? This is probably going into petty tea time, but it is what it is. Um, let's bring this on over to, right? Title: These high income earners are moving back home into their childhood bedrooms and putting off vacation as inflation drags on, right? People are moving back home. Like I said before, among the new cohort of people who say they're newly living paycheck to paycheck, 86% pull in more than $100,000 annually. Given that the median household in the U.S. is 70,000, the survey shows that soaring cost of living in America is catching up to even the more well off. Like I said, 100,000 ain't enough, right? Ownership feels out of reach, right? And a percentage of the people saying that their finances were better than they were a year ago has never surpassed 60%, right? They include Devin, 34, a Marine veteran who deployed to Iraq, now works as a logistics supervisor at AGCO or AGCO, an agricultural firm in Maryland, His disability benefits included Parker earns about 102,000 annually. Broke. He broke. I'm sorry. People don't want to hear the truth, but it's the truth. But as his expenses accelerated last year, he decided to regularly transform his lifestyle. Parker moved back into his childhood bedroom in his grandmother's house with his 8-year-old daughter in tow. There has been a lot of humility. Other changes include never going out to eat. Most everything is cooked from home now, right? Parker has been investing and said he managed to earn about 15,000 over the past 6 months from an initial investment of 2,000 by investing $500 from his paycheck every 2 weeks into employer stocks as well as index funds, right? So people say, well, how in the hell he make 100,000 and he gotta go live with his mom? Okay, cool. Let's give a breakdown of that. Average apartment cost in DMV. The average, right here, Rent Cafe, the average for 746 in DC is 2,300. It's just really, if you want to be honest with you, it's probably 2000 to 23, right? Right, right. So, and I lived in DC, so I know what it is. So we're gonna do the calculator, right? Let's just do the calculator. He is grossing 102,000. So he's staying in Maryland. He got state and federal. So it's just I'm gonna just do point 0.7. Don't shoot me. I know you don't get taxed over the same percentage all over. We're just gonna include this with state and federal. Then let's divide this by 12. This 71,000 divided by 12. That's 5,900 a month. A month, not a paycheck. A month, right? Let's take that and subtract off 2,300. So that's 3,600 for the month, right? We still haven't included if he got a car, he got car insurance, he got a daughter, he got to pick her up and take her to school, whatever. Yeah, he need the net 102. We still haven't taken out for groceries. We still haven't taken out whether or not if the child may have a disability or not. We still haven't taken out for he's got to help the grandmother possibly, right? Right. We still have not taken out for the fact that he's maybe contributing to his 401k, which he is, and how much is he contributing? Is he maxing out his 401k? This shits and giggles. Let's say he did max out his 401k. I think it's 1,800 something now, right? Let's just go on out for the month and minus that 1,800. Say he maxed it out. He's left with 1,850. We still ain't got him no groceries. We still ain't we still ain't took care of the child. And she may be getting some assistance or not. We still haven't taken care of food. We still haven't taken care of car insurance and car note if he has those things. And we still have not taken care of him putting away his cash value, like paying himself. Let's say he pay himself $100. Okay, we'll say we'll take out for 100. He pay himself $100. He got $100 put over there to the side. He's at 1,750 for the month, and I still haven't include all those other things. Right? So when y'all say to me 102,000 people are living above their means, I just maxed out his 401k. We can put the 1,850 back and say, okay, well, okay. Tamika, you just being stupid. Put the 1,850 back. He's got 3,600. He only contributes $40 to his 401k. So whatever age he is in and what he's contributing, he's still gonna get taxed more on his money because he's not contributing to his 401k. All right. So that's what I'm saying. When we talk about what it costs to live in these cities. You have to be honest with yourselves, and you have to be honest with yourself about what retirement looks like. Now, let's add in a wife who's a stay-at-home mom that doesn't have to go pick the child up. The bus drops the child off. They cook at home, and now you're feeding a family of three. He's feeding a family with three with his mom. But let's say you're feeding a family of three. What's the average budget for a family of three for groceries? 200-300. That sound about right? Y'all can rock with that. Let me know. 200-300. Okay. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna take out the 1,800 for his 401k. Let's say he don't do no investments, right? Let's say he didn't do it. So now let's do 300 for groceries. Maybe somebody got an allergy. Maybe they're buying organic, whatever. All right, that's for the month. Let's go ahead and take out for car insurance and car note because he got a child, so he need to be able to take that child out. Somebody say 600 for food. So for a family, they say 500. All right, let me take out. I took out 300. Let me take out 300 more. So that's 3,000. Still no investments. No investments. I have not maxed out 401ks, nothing like that. I did nothing like that. So let's take out for car insurance and car note, right? We're gonna say about 500 or 600. Mm, depending on if he ain't got no tickets either. Right? Depending on if he ain't got no tickets either. All right, and depending on his credit, I forgot about that. Car insurance based on your credit too, right? For a good driver, 2148 for a good driver, with good credit. For a good driver with poor credit. All right, so let's average that out to about 2,500 over 6 months for car insurance. That sounds about fair. 2,500 for 6 months car insurance. So let me see what it is monthly. Let me do this on my calculator on my tablet. It's about four something. What my calculator? 2,500 divided by 6, 416. All right, cool. 416. So let's go ahead and take out 416 for the month. So we're doing a month. All right, now let's go ahead and average car note. I think average car note is probably like 500 or 700 something. 717 for new cars, 563 for used. Let's make a happy medium and say 600. So let's make a happy medium and say 600 minus 600. All right, 1948 for the month. Now, let's say he said, "Oh, I'm gonna be wise and do some investing," and he say for the month, "I'm gonna do $600 minus $600." And for his HSA, he takes out 150. Well, that's 300 per paycheck. Oh, did I lose it? Oh, I was down to like 19 something, right? Minus 300. Oh, there we go. Okay, minus 300. So with that, with $1,000, he paid himself 100. He got $1,000 left. He don't max out everything. This is what he's left with, $1,000. And I didn't max out his 401k. I didn't max out his I maxed out his HSA, depending on if that's what he can put in. I did not put money up for a 529 plan for his daughter. I have not put up any emergency fund money either. I have not put up whether or not he has to pay rent to the, well, he may be taking over that, right? He may be taking over for his grandmother. But that's what he could be left with is $1,000. Could be. That's not maxing out 401k, right? That's not maxing out 401k. So when I say to you, you all need to make as much money as you can so you can do more with your investing so your money can make more. I literally mean that. But we have an issue here. We have an issue here with black youth, and I don't know what the age range because I have not read the article yet, cannot read or do math. Now, I told D about this morning. It was a young lady that was online, and she was saying that she went on a date with a guy, and he was 33, and he couldn't do multiplication. So are y'all? I want to know: are y'all forgiving if a man or a woman can't read? Is that okay with you? I'm just asking, right? I'm just asking. You don't gotta be out. I'm just asking. Are you okay with that? Because this is what is happening. We see it happening. We got a tech skills gap. We got people not able to read. We got people not being able to do math. And so this is what my theory is. My theory is my theory is I think people are gonna go start working two jobs. That's my theory. I think more people are gonna start working two jobs. That's my theory. I think we're gonna have a large enough skills gap where people are just gonna be like, we need people. We don't care if you work another job. Can you help us? Automation is only going. You got to find people to have the skills to automate, right? Right. The library is still open. All right, so let's read the article. All right, D, make it bigger. All right, it says there is something deeply troubling happening in the country. I thought I had a grasp on it, but I was gravely off. I was a Republican candidate for Virginia Lieutenant Governor Winsome Sears on my TV show, Your Voice, Your Future, on November the 1st. And I plan to ask her and the other guests questions on issues ranging from the November election to inflation to the current presidential administration. However, in Mrs. Sears' response, the entire course of the show changed. Stop with the papa. In my first question, I asked her what is wrong in Virginia and how can it be fixed. Her response started me. She told me that 84% of the black students in the eighth grade lack the ability to do math, and 85% are functionally illiterate. I could not believe this. In fact, I thought she had misspoken. My researchers fact checked her words and confirmed this sadly. According to the National Assessment NAEP sector of the U.S. Department, 84% of the black youth or the black students lack proficiency in math, and 85% of the black students lack proficiency in reading skills. Right? I left the studio perplexed. How could this happen in schools located so close to the nation's capital? I have reported extensively on the educational plight of Baltimore, but I thought the issue may be unique to the city. What is happening? And I had to go get to the bottom of it. My NAEP data sets, and I scoured the NAEP data sets and found a trend that should concern every politician, indeed every American. In California, 90% of the students cannot cannot do math or read well. In New York, 85% to 82%. In Illinois, 86 to 85. Texas is 84 to 89. Maryland, 86 to 80. My home state of South Carolina, 90% to 87%. In Georgia, 86 to 82%. In Missouri, 89 to 88. In DC, 85 to 87. That cannot read or do math, right? So now the question becomes is if you can't read and you can't do math, how are you getting a job? Where are you getting a job at? What type of work are you doing? When does a parent or a an adult step in? How do you continue to move on? What are the solutions? What are the possibilities? So when I talk about we don't even have a high birth rate of people to even replace the baby boomers, the Gen Zs that are even coming up don't even have enough knowledge. So it's not even just a tech skills gap, it's a basic fundamental math and reading problem that we have. Much less let's add in leadership and finances, right? So you can't read, you can't do math, you don't have any money, you don't have any skills to get a job, and on top of that, you don't have nowhere to live probably, right? Something along that lines, or you have to live with someone. So the question is, what? How do you fix that? And you all like keep wondering why I keep asking that. I ask that from this perspective. These are the things that your leadership and your technical skills help solve. You help solve these things. This is how you make your money. This is how you become that leader. This is how you provide that value. And I'm not telling you to set up a tutoring session. I'm telling you to create companies that help solve those problems. I'm telling you to create joint business adventures or joint things that help solve those problems. That's what you do. That's how you fix that. Does that make sense to everybody? Put a one in the chat. I'm gonna read your comments here. Scroll up. Good afternoon, Crystal. What's going on, Colton Evelyn? Are they willing to learn how? Are they willing to learn? What'd you say? Are they willing to learn now with help and no one attacking them? I don't know. I don't know what people learn willing to learn now. I have concerns. I have concerns, and here's where I have concerns for. Because these very same people that are online talking, that are online going, that are online doing their thing are the very same people that are going into nursing, that are going into being a doctor, if that, that are driving Uber, that are driving Lyft, that are making your food, that are doing all these other things, right? These are the people that are we are relying on at a fundamental level to bag groceries, stock shelves, whatever that company that whatever that is, whatever those are. But those jobs are being automated. So we're gonna have a society of people that won't even have skill sets either, right? We won't even have people that don't even have skill sets, and they're gonna be automated out of jobs, and they're also gonna probably be living homeless, being homeless, right? Let me go. What'd you say? You said, O'Shea, you said if they have managed to make without reading by 33, they have great survival skills. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe somebody has afforded them a lifestyle, right? See. I remember when the lockdown started, I went to visit my father. The time was 10 a.m. and the kids were outside playing. Yep. Ronald Reagan campaign, right? I remember being, what'd you say? I remember being quizzed on my multiplication, not only by my mom, but adults when I was 8 or 9, all the time. That's right, Chris. It's a math and reading issue. Yeah, this has been out there for a bit. You say you write checks for organizations in the community already working on these, whether people take advantage of them or not, it's up to them. Yeah, but that's is yeah, that's just people helping them. I'm looking at more or less like this is a opportunity to make money on a problem that's gonna be bigger than what you think it is, right? When I say that, like, look at it this way, right? We got, like I said in the last thing, we had 7 million men left the workforce, 2 million women left the workforce prior to that, right? So we possibly got about 10 million people unemployed and are not looking to go back. And then we got people who can't read and write, which is probably gonna exacerbate that even more. So that's where the extra 2 million came in at. Ms. Phoenix, thank you for the tithes and offering for supporting the channel. Right. But again, we're talking about people who we're talking about a way to because right now, and here's a question, like, right? It may sound stupid. Do you need to know how to read? Do you need to know how to read? Or maybe you need to understand comprehension. But do you need to know how to read? Absolutely. Okay. Well, how do blind people do it? They don't read. Well, they read braille, but I mean, they're not physically reading. Both. Okay. What if you have somebody? What if you created a service where people actually interpret those things for you? Right. What if you created a service where people? What if you created a service where all you do is help people read and understand the contracts that they sign, where you help them read and understand, hey, these are the things that you need to do X, Y. It could be a possible service. Let me phrase it this way. When it's time for you to move, right? There are services out there that will actually come together and you give them your requirements on what you want to have to move. And they go out and find out like how much it costs for you to move to X, Y, and Z. They find out where you need to go. They get the lease, they get everything lined up for you, and all you do is sign, and people just come and do everything for you. Do you really need to know how to read? Because I can turn on ADA on here on my phone on my laptop and it'll read for me. Yep, yep. They already exist. People have someone filling out job applications for you and help you buy a house without a person purchasing it being able to read in English. Correct. So do you need to know how to read? It goes back to what I'm asking. Do you need to know how to read and do you need to know math? Which begs the question of do you need to go to school? Pushing the envelope. Do you need to know how to read? Do you need math? And do you need to go to school? I got a calculator. It's on my phone. Siri, we already seen the little kids. Siri, what's 2 plus 3? I'm just asking. Are the basic fundamentals of reading and math necessary? Sounds weird. I didn't say you have to rely on it. I'm just simply saying is there are things in place here that are, again, you got to look at the context clues. They're already saying that Chat GPT can replace teachers. Why? We already have kids in multiple cities that can't do math and can't read. I can have something read to me. I can have something tell me whether or not this is a good decision or a bad decision. They're already trying to get rid of CPAs. Just asking. We're used to it being necessary. But now the question is it necessary? Because those kids don't think that way. Those kids are not thinking that way. Those kids are not thinking about 9 times 7. I think the basics aren't 100 required same as they were 30 years ago, but they should. I agree. I think our set of requirements. I think the basics has changed. Now, if you're gonna get your a degree in engineering, yeah, you're gonna need to know how to read. You're gonna need to know some math, right? But if your goal is just to be a music producer, or your goal is just to be someone that helps put together stage and lighting, and you take directions really good, right? That may not be your thing, right? You meant most elderly folks. Yeah, some not the baby boomers. Not a lot of baby boomers have that. I think most baby boomers went to college. Yeah, that was the one that couldn't read was Fantasia. I'm sure he did know how to keep track of his money. His money. Imagine a doctor not knowing how to read. Imagine a doctor not being a doctor. Imagine you meet someone, they sign you up for a consultation, then you go do your thing with the consultation, and you walk in the room and it's robots working on you doing this thing. It's monitoring you. They got you. They just hook you up to everything that you need. It does a precision cut on what needs to happen. It does an analysis on your whole body. It scans, tells you everything that you need to know about your body, your rate, your heart rate, your fluctuation, this, that, and another, and it does the medical surgery for you. Somebody comes back in, they roll you out, they sit you in a room. The doctor come over and visit you, or they watch it like you were in good hands. We took away the human error. Boom. Yep. You said you can't fathom not knowing how to read, writing a cohesive, comprehensive sentence. Or I don't have to. You don't have to write a sentence. I just put my thoughts out there, and Siri formulates the sentence and stuff for me, or they change it for me. In fact, I could put my thoughts into a Word document, and it'll tell me whether it made sense or not, and then it'll change it for me, and then I just send that on. I don't need to know how. But that's the services like that cost you money right now, but they're not gonna cost you money later on. Imagine this, think about this. When the LED TV came out, imagine how much it was. And now you can get an LED TV for a little or nothing. It's just a matter of time. just a matter of time. Let's get back to it. It says that's just a sampling, but not the problem. But the problem isn't confined to the states. Nationwide, Black children overwhelmingly lack proficiency in math and reading. To use Ms. Sears' words, they are functionally illiterate, meaning they are unable to manage daily living and employment tasks. How can our society progress if a major segment of our country cannot read? Arguably, our math skills are what will bog us down more in the coming years. The world has shifted to a digital field, meaning we're going to be consumers. We're not going to be producers, we're going to be consumers, right? Practically all aspects of technology and programming are rooted in mathematics. This should worry lawmakers because the U.S. is falling behind internationally in math skills. Currently, the U.S. ranks 38th globally in math skills. China, which already surpasses us economically and technologically, unsurprisingly ranks number one. Even Vietnam, 14 spots better than what we do at number 24. What is going on in this country? These numbers are in an indictment of our nation's educational systems across subjects. We rank 25th globally in education. Think about it. The largest, richest, most powerful country that can't read, that can't do math in the world is failing miserably at educating its youth. And you're not, and they are not the future of our country. Are they not the future of the country? The truth is, we're seeing devastating results in this already in America. Think about the incompetent leaders we elect. Only an incompetent populace can bring empower such people. To quote the 18th century philosopher, and we see this in the books. We see this of the banning of the books. We see this of the banning of the movies. We see this in all the other things, right? Right? Do we deserve this though? Do we deserve to watch our children fall victim? They keep saying children. The society falls. The society falls. Those very same people that you rely on to get from A to B, right? These are the people that you're going to rely on. A Queen Lee, if I go to a digital voting system, it's just going to read it to me. It's going to have a set of headphones. I'm going to put them on, and I'm going to press a button, and it's going to read what's on the ballot. I don't need to read. I don't need to read. So the question I'm asking is not, do we just need to read? Do we need the ability to read and the ability to do math? The question is what type of society is going to get created that is already being created if you're not watching? I don't need to read because you're going to read it to me. I don't need to go into McDonald's to order. I just say I want a one and a pitcher. There's a two and a pitcher. It is you are being bred to be consumers is what I'm trying to show you. And I don't need to read. I don't need to read. I don't need to do math because Siri would do it for me. My phone would do it for me. Everything will else do it for me. So what you value the most as reading and math doesn't even matter anymore. It's already there. I don't need to go. I don't need to know how much gas, how much my tank takes. I just put my gas nozzle in there and it's just going to fill up and cut off itself. All I need to know is there is money on this card. I don't need to know how much money on this card because I got somebody that's going to fill it up for me. We're already there. You've already are consumers and you're producing consumers in your kids. They don't need to read. They don't need to know math. I get it. I know it sounds crazy, but you got to look at what's already happening. They're already coming out with pizza places that make pizzas. All you need to do as the person who doesn't know how to read is this your order, take it to this address that's going to be plugged into your phone, and you just drive there and follow the route. I get it all the time now. People don't even use common sense now when I get my groceries delivered. I say, hey, come up the hill, make a left, come to the first balcony. People still do not come up in here and make a left, they make a right. And then it was like, hey, I'm lost. The GPS took me to this location because they busy following GPS. They literally follow GPS. They don't read the instructions. They do that already. You said how you make, you're making money because you're being told how to make money. You're being told how to make money. You go to Walmart, you come up, you going to check out. All they do is scan it. They don't. They were like, this is what happens if you ever been in Walmart, even in Target, any of the store. You say, hey, the sign back there said 14.99, and this is ringing up for 25.99. And they look at it, and then they look at you, and then they look at the screen. It says 25.99. There's no logic there. There's no comprehension that maybe, just maybe, just got the wrong tag or somebody got the wrong sign up. That it doesn't click. It doesn't click. Yep. Robots making crispy fries at Chick-fil-A. Yep. MapQuest. Yep. You should not want to be a consumer in your life and 100% dependent, but we're already there. How many of y'all can get from, how many of y'all can read a map? I know I can. How many of y'all can read a map? I challenge you the next time you go over somebody else's house that you get a map and just follow the map. How many of you can read the instructions if you printed it off from Google? Turn left here, turn right here, with the sign like this, with it like this and like that and like this. Can you read that? You understand that? Right? Yeah, MapQuest was way before GPS. So what I'm trying to point out to you is the fact of being able to read and being able to do math is gonna go away. People are gonna learn basically by blocks. You can see it in McDonald's. You can see it when you go to Chick-fil-A. You can see we are a visual, we're visually, we're teaching people to be visual learners, not how to read and not how to write, but be visual learners. Those that can read and do math and go on to be engineers are going to stay elite. They're going to be elite. The elitists will control what happens. They're already doing that. All right. I hope you see this. You've got to see this. Like, you've got to see that, right? Let me see. Uh, I just want to see if we got images of a McDonald's menu. Yeah. McDonald's menu look just like this. Let me see. They got a picture of their menu. Yeah. You go in, you want to order nuggets. You know those are nuggets. You be like, I want the nugget meal. I want the number 4. You just, I want the number 5. We're already doing that, and not only are we doing that, right? We're also accommodating those that don't know English either, so they don't have to learn English. They can stay in their language as they come here and just point to pictures. I want that. I want that. That's where we're at. I don't know if y'all see that. That's how I see it. All right. It says, do we deserve this though? Do we deserve to watch as our children fall victim to failed policies of conservative consecutive administrations on federal, state, and local levels, I don't think so. This country was designed so that if the system is failing, we have the right to fix it. That is why it's so important to actually engage with people running our office as opposed to blindly following what the mainstream media tells you. Yeah, right. You're gonna do that anyway. Clearly, if the people, if people, clearly, if the people, clearly, if the people the establishment wanted in power were good at their jobs, there would be no need to force feed propaganda down the throats of America. America is supposed to be a place where people around the world, the globe, around the world, people around the globe wish to come in order to educate their children and build and better futures. If we cannot educate ourselves, there's no reason that anyone should think we can educate others. Real leadership requires deep introspection as to the reasons reasons we have fallen so far behind as nationally as a nation educationally. If we continue on the same path, illiteracy and failing math grades, our country will not survive. We won't. We are already consumers to others. China has bought damn near all the farms, right? And then you come over here, which requires the comprehension of what the data means, right? Here's the comprehension of what the data means, and we're lagging behind. But yet and still, yet and still, we would say it's okay and it's enough money to have to make 42K and 47K and even 100K. After I just showed you, you gotta slack off on some certain things. We will argue that, which for this the article further tells me that we're not there. When we're arguing about numbers, we're forgive me for saying this. We're too illiterate and don't understand enough to even argue about the numbers. Right? I know. It's a hard thing to say, right? There are large racial gaps in scores. These gaps exist across all grade levels, but are at times most dramatic in the middle and high school. For instance, fourth grade black students scored 28 points lower, the equivalent of nearly three grade levels than their white peers in the data analysis, right? So when we see these things, I have so many questions because these are people that we're looking to hire right now. Some of these Gen Zs we're looking to hire right now. And then some of these people are going to get jobs and they're not going to go anywhere. They're going to be stuck there for a while till they learn to read, till they learn to comprehend, till they learn to survive. And it'll be 10 years. And tech has moved on, society has moved on, something new has come, and we're creating a new age of homelessness. We're creating a new age of tent city. We're creating a new age of your child is going to be with you for longer than what you think it is. So I'm telling you now, your community goes back to your community, and what you think community is going to forever evolve. So how do you accommodate for these people? Because they're there. You see them, you know them. How you going to accommodate for those people? Here's the state of homelessness in the young adults, youth and young adults right here from 18 to 24. All right, let's blow this up. And there's multiple things that cause people to be homeless. On a single night in 2020, 34,000 unaccompanied youth were counted as homeless. Of those, 90% were between the ages of 18 to 24, right? 18 to 24. Alliance estimates that over the course of a year, approximately 550,000 unaccompanied youth and young adults up to the age of 24 experience a homeless episode of longer than a week. More than half are under the age of 18, right? We're going to see more of this. You're going to see more youth. You're going to see more younger people homeless. You're going to see more people not able to get a job. We already see the tech skills. We already see the baby boomers are leaving. Who has enough money to take over their stuff? We are crumbling at the seams. We are crumbling at the seams. I just want to put this out there so you all can think about it. How do you combat that? How do you create organizations around that? How do you create businesses around that? It does not have to be a nonprofit, it can be a for profit. Please do not try to create a nonprofit business around any of these things. Please create for profit businesses around these things, which goes back to over here. What I was talking about, the boomers leaving and working for retirement, um, the age of robots. Robots are also having babies, training AI. We have a water crisis. We have a resource crisis. We have a food crisis. There's the whole thing about food as well too, and the source of food and who can it's because those people need to eat, right? Where's the source of food coming from? And also people are living longer and lonelier, so we're gonna have a lot of people that are gonna be living longer and lonelier, and hopefully they have some skills, hopefully they have some money they're putting up. This is on the community page. You all can take a stab at it and look at it if you want to. This here is the most career. I looked up the most careers baby boomers had. I went over this before, but these things will be automated. These things will be automated. Some of these will be automated. Bookkeeping and accounting, most definitely. Office and administrative support services, being able to be someone's virtual assistant for multiple people is a thing. Let's see. Wait until Biden lift the COVID restriction. Kamala is bringing in 3 million of her cousins. Yep. Down to Earth says the fallout from that will be increased crime and violence. Yes. It's so sad. I live in Atlanta. One of the public schools had eighth graders on a third grade level, reading level, and this was a few years ago. Yep, yep. The exhausted parents are not checking in with the kids to test if they can read. Read me a story while I cook. Yep, yep. Also, undiagnosed liabilities. Tim, you should talk on tech within the new UFO out. Yeah, yep. Yeah, we could talk about space, right? Yeah, let's call a spade a spade. Some of these kids are on the spectrum. Some of the parents are on the spectrum. Let's be real, and never been diagnosed. Um, and never been diagnosed. Right? They were just called crazy, or nobody never took them to the doctor to get them diagnosed. So they're on the spectrum, and then it's as horrible as I'm about to sound, and it's gonna sound. Some of you breed with men and women that are on the spectrum that have never been diagnosed, and then you be wondering why your kids be coming out like they are. You better start asking questions. I know it sounds horrible, but it's the truth. You be like, oh, he may be a little slow, and he may be. She may be. She may be. Some of them you can see they on the spectrum. I'm just saying. These you ask me where my mind be going and what I will be wanting to talk about. These are the things that I see. This is why I'm telling you, those that I know that can read, those that I know that can write, those I know that I can do math. I hope you can. Hold on, let me check. Let me check. Let me check if you can read and do math. Do you understand the orders of operations? The Pythagorean theorem. Do you understand those things? I mean, the basics are. I gotta ask questions. But again, honestly, for real, do I think the ability to know how to read is going to help those that don't know how to read? Honestly, I don't think so. I think we're in this era now where we don't need to know how to read. That's just what I think. I mean, we don't even. I mean, most of your watches are digital. What time is it? 8:13. You don't even know what that looked like on a clock. If you gave somebody a clock, a regular clock, old analog clock, I don't think I don't think we're at that space. I think there's going to be a sector of society, and remember, that sector of society is where people get rich at. Those people that don't know how to read and write is where the rich will get their money from, because they will create products that would enable them with their ability not to with their ability not being able to read and write. Watch. So I'm telling you to go ahead and create it now, because they're going to create it if they haven't already. When you go online to order something to eat, all you need to do is know the restaurant, know how to spell it, and know what you want to eat. I don't even have to do that. All I had, Siri. Hey Siri, call KFC. Yep, products that make it convenient not to read and write. I'm telling you, that's happening. You don't need to go into Pizza Hut to order pizza to read to know how to order pizza. You don't need to go to Walmart to know that you need bleach. You recognize the symbol of what bleach is. You've seen it so much, you already know what it is. Yeah, you already know what it is. You don't need to know that's bleach. Now you may need to know not to make a bomb out of bleach, right? But you don't need to know how to read and write. In fact, when you go fill out your profile online, right? You know when it says name, and you know when it's put your email address in, right? And this is truth be told. And this was another thing. What I found, the ladies were saying that some people who some of these staffing agencies literally have people there to help people fill out the application because they don't know how to read and write. And I know that from my mom working at the Social Security office, working with people that don't know how to read and write. They fill it out for them. They go ahead and fill it out for them. I don't need to know how to read and write to get a check. All I need to know is I show up here on this day, I do this work, and I go home. Who is ever more evident in this is foreigners that come over here that don't know how to read English and still get a check. That has got to be more evident than anything. You may be doing work that you don't want to do, but they do it and they get a check. You should rewrite your dating profile and put a quiz on it. Filter the dust, as they say. Right? But I'm just telling you that the ability to read and write is not what you think it is no more. That's a no. People not doing that. All right, let me talk about this. Y'all had enough of me beating up the reading and write. You better ask somebody if they can read. You better ask these women and these men if they can read and write. You better ask them. You better ask them, do they have a checkbook, a checking account, a savings account? Had they ever, do they know, like people, and listen, you don't even have to know how to write checks no more. When last time y'all really wrote a check? You get a check, but you don't write a check. When last time you really wrote a check? You better ask people, can they count to 10? How many fingers am I holding up? 5 plus 2 is 2 times 7. You better be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 12. You better ask. Yeah, new discoveries are still based on, yeah, math. Yeah. Math and reading are vital, but not for a certain sector. That's what you're missing. Math and reading are not going to be vital for a certain sector. They're just not going to do it. Hell, look at Fantasia. Look how long it took her to learn how to read. And she had a kid. She was all on American Idol, not knowing how to read, just listening to songs and then just singing. So shit. Don't tell me it can't be possible. And she a millionaire. Like, don't tell me it ain't possible. She just proved to you. You'll be like, she's an outlier. No, there is a group of people that's just out there that can't that would not know how to read and write and will be millionaires. Functioning illiterate, as they say. Do y'all see that? Do you see that? So what we doing with them other 21? What we doing with them other 21%? What we doing? Right? There's no way they should be reading 79% of the US is literate. They should be reading 100. So 20%, 21%, right? 130 million adults in the US have low literacy skills according to Gallup, and that was in the March of 16th of 2022. 130 million. That was in 2022. We still got Gen Z that's coming aboard. We still got kids after that that's coming aboard that cannot read and cannot write. That number is going to grow. And what are you going to do with that number? What are you going to do with them? 130 million in the US. What percentage of people over the age of 15 can read and write in the US? The literacy rate for all males and females for at least 15 years and older is 86%. At least. What is the average American reading comprehension level? The average American is considered to have a readability level equivalent to a seventh or eighth grader, 12 to 14 years old. Blow that up. That should be like the name of the show. So do when you online and you arguing with folks and you're talking to folks, please understand, if you graduated from college and you graduated from and got an advanced degree, you do the math. You do the comprehension on that. I'm just pointing things out. According to the U.S. Department of Education, 54% of the United States have a prose literacy level below the sixth grade. Low levels of literacy cost the U.S. up to $2.2 trillion per year. I saw this. I have a thing up there with the state with the highest percentage of adults who are considered literate is New Hampshire. Colorado was fifth with the ones that had the most uh, people that could read or educated people that were educated. Yeah, 60 over on average nationwide, 66% of the fourth grade children in the US cannot read proficiently. That was in 2013. So they can't read. And you probably messing with an adult right now that can't read and can't write or can't even comprehend data and can't interpret it enough. The numbers don't lie. Students not reading proficiently. Let me see. Can I sort this? Nope, I can't. They got the numbers broken down by states. And then lower income students not reading proficiently, lower income students not reading, higher income students and improvement since. Right. I'll drop this link. You all can go read it. But I'm telling you, 130 million, you think the US is going to sit by and let that money just keep leaving? Nah. The US is going to figure out a way to make that money make that money. Right? Just giving you some, I'm just telling you. Uh uh robots to fix illit let's see, I spelled that wrong. But it'll fix it for me. Yeah, elevating engagement, bringing literacy alive with robots. What robots help with reading? Robots can help assist students with disabilities. There you go. They're just gonna get robots in their home, and the robots is gonna read and fill out stuff for them and send it off. I don't. It ain't gonna take much for that robot to do that. All I gotta do is say it out loud. What's your name? Such and such. What's your name? Jane. 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 James the Menace. Okay. Your age? 29. I don't need to type that. I don't need to know how to. He's just gonna fill it out for you. Fill out this application for me. Yes. Okay, cool. Thank you. Application sent. Would you require anything else? Right? Just point that out. All right. So let's get busy. Before we get out of here. Bring it on over. Because I had stuff about 100K and 200K. And I also have jobs too. Maybe I'll hold the jobs. Oh, yeah, that's it. I'll hold the jobs. Yeah, they're training you on the job. All right, let's talk about it. Is 200K a year a good income? What this article is about. Can we call it? Can we stop that? Thank you. All right, 200K a year. Is 200K a year a good income in the United States? What about in a place like New York City? What is good income, anyways? Goes back to what I was talking about earlier. A few weeks ago, I wrote a post called "How Much Income Do You Need to Be Rich?" where I examined the upper end of the income spectrum in the US, both age and education level. Though the post was meant to look at incomes at the highest earning households, I got a lot of follow up questions about the rest of the income distribution. In particular, one reader asked me whether making 200K a year was considered good income. So I thought I'd answer this question by doing another deep dive of household income in the US before providing my thoughts on what constitutes what is good income. To get started, let's provide some context on the median household income is in the US. What is the median? 70,000. Half of the households would make more than this amount and half would make less. This was the median household in 2021. But yet we still argue about 42,000 to 47,000. I don't get it, but okay. Unfortunately, as I pointed out in my prior post, income varies based on things like age and education level. Well, shit, if you can't read and write, you you can still be a millionaire though, right? Fantasia proved that. Despite all odds, she was like, "So take a look at me now." Right? She beat the odds, right? We know that older households tend to earn more than younger households, and that educated households tend to earn more than less educated households. Without considering these other factors, the median household income isn't a great comparison tool. For example, back in 2019, which is the last year for which we have this data broken out by age, education. The median household income was 59,000. However, after controlling for age, we can see that the median household varied from 44,000 to 78,000. Right, and pull this down some so I could see some things. And open up another screen. Here we go. All right. The wide range of income exemplifies why the median is far more useful after you control for age. But we can go even further than this. If we adjust it for education level in addition to age, uh, the median household income in the U.S. varies from as low as 21K for high school dropouts to as 144K for college educated students. The median income by age and education, and there, let's just showing here no high school. Let me click on it so you can actually see that. So in this one here, if you had no high school, the median between, let's say, from 35 to 44 range from 31,000 to 39,000. But I want you to also notice that none of these numbers got up over 40,000 with no high school degree or high school diploma, right? If you completed high school, you are around about between 32,000 and 60,000. And if you did some college, you can see later on in life that helped with an average about 73,000. So you moved up from 39 to 73, from 39,000 to 73. But if you had a college degree, your median really shined at between the ages of 45 to 54 and declined as you got older. You peaked out at 145, right? So as you can see, the breaking down this data by age, by both age and education level, provides more of a better understanding of what the middle of the income spectrum looks like for various households in the United States. While these estimates from 2019, the 22 estimates, which will be released later this year, are likely within 10K of what is shown here. So where does the 200K put you on the income spectrum? If you had an income of 200,000, it will put you in the top 10% of households or the top 5% of households in 2021. Though I prefer household income over individual income, no matter how you cut it, 200K a year puts you at a higher income spectrum. For this reason, I don't just consider 200K to be a very good income, I mean to be a good income, but a very good income. Even if you reside in high cost of living areas like Manhattan, 200K will put you in the top 25% of households, according to the U.S. Census Bureau. Yes, that's the top 25% among of the highest in New York. This suggests that even in New York City, you can live a decent life at 200K. Of course, how you define a decent life will be relative to your liabilities. 200K while being single in New York is very different than 200K and trying to raise a family. Correct, right? So different. Anytime we use subjective language to describe objective data, confusion ensues. Research published by Harvard Business Review (HBR) demonstrated that when they add 1,700 individuals to assign probabilities to list a probabilistic words like always, probably, maybe, never. For example, if I say it always rains in May, and what does always mean to you? Does it imply 90% chance, or does it imply 95%, or does it 100%? If you repeat this exercise across a lot of probabilistic words, the plot distribution of responses will get a chart like one below. Like certainly, blah 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 blah. Right. Let's keep going. See where she's going with this. Nevertheless, I tell you my definition of good income is the top 25% or the 75% percentile. It's not a great income like 10% higher, like 10% or higher, but it's also better than the median. It's a good income. If you accept my definition, then the household income would be 110,000. I'm assuming it would be the median. And a good individual income would be 81,000. Of course, these estimates don't paint the full picture, but we adjust for age to see that the 75 percentile will be 77 to 147,000. right? So saying 200,000 is good. If you made more, that's better. And that was just going over definitions. But 200,000 can also mean a whole slew of different things. If you got an ailing parent you're taking care of, or you got a daughter or son that you're taking care of, you got kids you're taking care of, you got uh, you taking care of your parents, or you're taking care of, you may have health issues. That 200,000 can look differently. Jerome, I see you say you're trying to get 200K soon. Don't try, let's do. I know two sets of parents who ban tablets in their house to prevent delaying their toddlers from reading early, limiting images, more text. Yep. All right, so let's wrap this up with the jobs, and then we're out of here. I want to do this data here, and then we can finish up with security next week. We can do security next week. Where is my data thingy at? Oh, do I have it over here? Where is that? I know where I can get it from. I have to get it from. I thought I put it up there, but I guess I didn't. Okay, right here. Let's pull this on over. Okay, this came from CompTIA this morning, and CompTIA says, "Can I make six figures working in tech? Here are the best jobs." It was released Tuesday, January 24th, but it came to my email this one. They're probably just regurgitating this title here. I can't make that bigger. But it's a little better. So how can I make that go there? Make this bigger here. There we go. All right. Can I make six figures working in tech? Here are the best tech jobs for 2023. This came out January 24th. A little bit of insight to where they got this from. Um, the new jobs are being created every day, and organizations worldwide are investing in everything from emerging technologies to cybersecurity, data analytics, and much more. In fact, Glassdoor, a job recruiting website, recently released 50 best jobs. I do have the global report from GitLab as well too. I wanted to do that on the other show, but I'll do it next week. Um, 50 best jobs in America. We aren't the least bit surprised to discover 21 of the top 50 jobs are listed are tech jobs, and even as 16 of them have a median base salary of 100K, right? So let's get into the data. Uh, CompTIA categorizes technology jobs in five brackets: IT support, computer networking and infrastructure, cybersecurity, software and web development, and then data and analytics, right? So let's go. Cybersecurity jobs. There's always something new to learn. There are always jobs when it comes to that. So let's look at it. The number one Glassdoor ranking was the enterprise architect, which would be CompTIA's CASP plus threats, attacks, security protocol, firewalls, VPNs, IDS, backup and recovery, which has an average salary of about 145,000, right? 15th, information security. CompTIA, the CYSA programming languages, network security, technologies, database platforms, and operating systems. Approximately about 117,000. Peter Investor, you said keep the lines up, please. What you mean? I don't know what that means. Keep the lines up. Software development jobs. There's already an app for everything, yet somehow new ideas are born every day. If you know how to program and code, the job opportunities in this area are endless. Software developers, right? So let's get into it. Number six on the on Glassdoor list was machine learning at 130,000. Oh, get the lights up. Oh, got you. Keep the lights up. Yeah. Number eight was software engineer. They put this under certified software developer professional. Programming languages, UI frameworks at around 117. Again, these are probably medians and averages. They are not like the whole range. They could go up to 200, 300, right? This is just an average. Backend engineer number 11 was 112, Java developer 107, full stack engineer was number two at 101, a UX designer 97, a QA 87, front end at 81. And now we get into data analytics and jobs. Number 47 was a database architect, which is CompTIA's Data Plus at 140,000. Data scientists with SAS certified data scientists and CompTIA Linux Plus, data models and algorithms, programming language, command line, big data patterns and trends at 120K on the median. This is just the median. All right. CompTIA Data Plus, Google Professional Data Engineer, 113K, Data Analyst, 75K. When we get down to computer networking and infrastructure, on average, from Glassdoor's website, site reliability engineer 137. I've seen site reliability engineers go for 350, 400. It depends on the SRE. Depends on how much investing in your skill set you're doing, right? So CI/CD, version control, monitoring tools, 137. DevOps, coding boot camps, doesn't necessarily be coding boot camps. They're averaging around a 120, but I know you can go at 2, 3, 4, 500 on DevOps, right? Cloud engineer 118. We've seen cloud engineers go more than this, but on average 118. Scrum master 109. We've seen higher. Solutions engineer 109, 101,000. Systems engineer 101,000. Automation engineer 90,000. 87,000. Robotics, databases, statistics, AI, and control systems, right? What are you waiting for, right? Take the quiz, find out what certification is best for you, blah, 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 blah. I wanted to show you that because everybody always talks about what roles in tech or what can I do, where things are at. Here is a great breakdown of different roles that you can take in tech. They also link back, of course, this CompTIA that's reading this, but there are other things other places you can get this education and training. But I'm just showing you something that you can do to get your 100K. Everybody's like, oh, everybody ain't gonna make 100K. Well, you're not if you don't try. You won't, and you will not if you don't try. Right? All right, and me jobs. Mm. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted. Gosh, I didn't put it on here. Let me look. Okay, so I was researching, and there are hacking companies that are paying people to join their teams, and and some of the jobs are going for 20K a month to 100K a month. And let me see if I still have that link. Let me see if I still have that link. I don't have that link, but here I do have some jobs. Let me. I'll probably find the link after I get done. All right, so let's go. Who's hiring? The rise of threat actor activity against federal agencies. NSA is going on a hiring spree. Um, Here it is, right here. Federal job up. They did a raise for 8.7% because they're trying to bridge the gap between the private sector, such as your LMs and all of them, between the GS and so forth. Right. Um, Here is other jobs that's coming out. Oh no, is that it? Oh yeah, yeah, that's it. That's the Boeing one. Hold on. I know Boeing has a ramp up. They're ramping up. For the next 10 years, they're looking for 300 people. Um, Here is a job that was posted. I wanted to pull this up because this is at Fox, and they're looking for a senior detection engineer for security operations. Oh, here it is. I did have it. I knew I had it. I was like, I couldn't let that get away. Found it. All right, let's dive into this. Let's dive into. I found it. All right, cybercrime groups offer six-figure salaries, bonuses, and paid time off to attract talent on the dark web. Right. Despite the obvious risks, tech jobs and hacking groups are luring for those who need money or want to do the work. This came out in January. Here it says cybercrime is a booming business. So like any other thriving market, the masterminds behind ransom syndicates or online scam operations need workers. Now normally when this happens, people end up getting hired and working for your NSAs and FBI's and stuff, right? All right, so it appears that developers are the most sought out with cybercrime ecosystem. The company researchers reviewed roughly 200,000 employment related messages posted on 155 dark web forums between January 20th into June 2022. The number of posts peaked in March around 2022. All right, let's see. Other demands, they're looking for people that have include attack specialists, reverse engineers, testers, analysis, administrators, and designers. Even the most sophisticated hacking crews still need help, the researcher said. And so they're showing like what they need on the dark web, right? They've researched this. Analyst, developer, attacker, reverse engineer, designer, tester, IT administrator. Let's see. Here you go, right here. Other parts of the listing will be familiar to normal tech speak seekers, such as incentives. With each successful assignment, you get a raise or instant bonus, employee referral bonuses, and paid time off and drug-free requirements. High salaries for the right candidates are available at $100,000 per month in one listing and $20,000 per month in another listing. But the median salary, depending on the role, range between 1,300 to 1,400. Right? Some arrangements seem to be more informal and so forth, right? And they just go into like being on the dark web. There are companies that purposely that are sought out that only work on dark web stuff and contents and so forth. And so as a security engineer, you could work with those companies that they have a different level of classification. They also have a different level of pay, so some of those are not advertised. So everything isn't always illegal. Like I say, not all job listings are for roles performing illegal work. Some stuff are just regular work. And so finding those companies that want to work with the dark web or to secure and get information and scrape the dark web and to help government and so forth, those jobs are out there. Right. Um, do 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 do. I think that was it. Oh, this is the only other thing I thought was interesting this week. Shifting from jobs, but I just thought it was interesting. Um, Right here, scientists can now use Wi-Fi to see through people walls. We'll go over that another time. I wanted to drop that so y'all can have that. Who's asking? We need to break down the meaning of some of these job descriptions. Oh yeah, we do it all the time on our meetups, and sometimes I do it on the second show where I go through it. Right, right. But I just wanted you to see this. What was going on in the world? Do you need to read? Do you need to know how to read? Do you need to know how to write? Right. I don't think you do. I think that's going to change. I think there are going to be things in place. We got 130 million Americans that don't know how to read and write. That cost $2.2 trillion. We got 7 million men that have left the workforce and 2 million women that have left. Add on to that. Baby boomers are leaving. Gen Z doesn't have enough skill sets and apparently can't read and do math either. Right? So the question is, what are you going to put in place to solve these problems? I'm not telling you you need to go teach someone to solve the problems. What I'm telling you is there's a sector of the economy that is going to need people, and what are you going to create to help solve that problem? All right. I showed you the other week. We already know what the 7 million men are doing. Right. So, what businesses will you create? What business would you buy? What businesses would you automate? What business would you help to automate? What businesses don't even know they need automation? These are the problems that you're here to solve. So if you ever wonder about what your mission is and what your goal is, those are your missions, those are your goals, those are your orders, right? Um, Let me make sure I got everything that I wanted to really discuss before we get out of here. I won't go over I won't go over all the edge computing and security stuff that I had um, up, but I will end on another bad note, if you want to say that. And this is an article that came out in January. The American skills gap is real. Um, is like I say, they're seeing 1.9 job openings for every eligible worker. Like I said, I do believe people will be working two jobs. It'll just be a norm. All right. They got hard. They break it down between hard skills, soft skills, the impact of the skills. Um, we saw this before. We saw stuff that support this before. Industries most affected is data analytics and IT. We saw that between the fourth graders and the eighth graders, they don't have any data analytics skills. Of course, they can't read, and of course, they can't do math. Finance and supply chain. Apprenticeships, 69% of managers believe it's important for companies to provide coaching and mentoring on soft skills like leadership skills, right? So here's a big breakdown of this here. 92% of the business leaders, um, 92% of business leaders think Americans aren't as skilled as they need to be. 44% think Americans lack soft skills, communication, creativity, critical thinking, and collaboration. Other skills executives think workers lack is technical, leadership, and software. What U.S. industries do leaders see most affected by the skills gap? Finance, technology, healthcare, construction, engineering, professional services. Automation will be created around all of these things. All that we already see is 800,000 manufacturing jobs, and automation is going to be created around those. Automation will be created around even uh, I just don't see people sitting by and losing 2.2 trillion dollars. I don't see the U.S. doing that. 64% think that think the lack of U.S. skilled workforce will result in investment in U.S. companies. Other negative effects they see on the U.S. business is suffering product development, company missing out on growth opportunities due to lack of skills. We saw that last week when the lady said she's missing out on basically $5 million, and suffering company profits. Companies will not continue to suffer. They will not build here. They will go somewhere else and build their companies. You will be suffering. I'm telling you, it is you create the things that you want to see. It is your opportunity. It is your opportunity to make yourself rich. It's an opportunity to make your family rich. What do executives think the source of skills gap? 54% believe the education system did not teach skills needed for today's workforce. 23% believe that people aren't interested in the job sector, and 22% believe that there is a lack of training and enrichment programs. But 59% answered yes when asked if the education system was to blame for the gaps in the U.S. workforce skills. Now, ask yourself. I don't know how you blame anybody from 18 to 25 on their skill sets, lack of. I don't know. 89% think that apprenticeship or training programs could alleviate the skill gap, right? And it goes on, but again, I just want you to see where we're headed and where we're going. So if you're looking for whether or not what to do with people that can't read, pictures, pictures. Yes. You want a number one or a number two? You want chicken or beef? You want fish? You want cod or salmon? Pick from the picture what you want. What type of bird is this? Does it fly? Just point. I'm telling you. So if listen, if you want to hire workers to do this type of work, I'm telling you, there is a product that is needed. That's why we got low code, no code. Well, you don't have to know how to code to code. You just drop and drag, and you create an app. That's it. I don't need to know how to code to create the app. Yeah. Oh, U.S. designers are gonna be in so demand because it needs to be friendly. And we already see it now. You want chicken or you want you want fries? You want plain or seasoned? Two or three? It's just like when you go to the doctor's office and you go get your eye exam and you sit down and they say which one better, one or two? You like two. Two or three? Three. Now read that bottom line. You just need to know your ABCs. You don't need to know that they form sentences. But that's where we're at. I'm sorry. Hey, be the bearer of bad news. I hope that your nephews, nieces, nephews, cousins, god kids, whatever, know how to read and write. They will be elite. Yeah, right. That's it. And it is going to be a time where I mean we see it now. I mean you've been conditioned. You don't even know you've been conditioned. You condition when you see green, you go. When you see red, you stop. When you see yellow, caution, slow down. Even when you cross the street now, it's like you may cross. Five, four, it counts down for you. Like what you talking about? You don't need to know how to read. Now you may need to know how to read in order to date, but you don't really need to know how to read and write. We have set society up for that. Sesame Street has prepared and reading Rainbow. Butterfly in the sky. I can fly twice as high. It's it. Reading Rainbow. You better go get these kids reading Rainbow. You better go find LeVar before he get on up out of here. Be like, Lavar, we need you back, my guy. Y'all better stop TikToking with your kids, with your body, yeah, 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 yeah. Y'all better stop twisting your hip and go over there and twist that book and learn how to read. At least know how to point out the pictures. At least know how to point out the difference between a chicken McNugget and a chicken tender. Yeah, y'all better get ready because it's coming. We're gonna have more people. We already got 130 million, right? We're gonna have more. Schoolhouse Rock, electric company, yep, it's coming, and we're gonna have more people that's gonna be dependent on you to interpret things for them than ever. So sit back on the sideline and let them be your caregivers when you get old. These are your caregivers that I'm talking about when you get older. For those of you that are going into assisted living facilities or nursing homes, these are your caregivers. We already seen the 7,600 folks down in Florida that was just handing out, oh, you got 10? We got you a certificate. I ain't got to go to nursing school. We've already seen it. So don't think that they're the only ones out here that did that. Don't think they're the only ones. And how many of y'all, let me ask this, and when I'm gonna get out of here. How many of y'all, when y'all go to the doctor, do y'all actually check the doctor's credentials? Do you actually go and check and see the school and see if they graduated from the school? Or do you trust the entity of the insurance people to take care of, to say that they actually did the checking? Do you just trust them? So I'm just putting it out there. Your caregiver could have graduated from nowhere. Your caregiver could have came out of nowhere and may not know how to read. May not know how to give and pull and check your blood and all of that. Look, let me tell you something. Let me say this. Let me say this way. Let's think about it this way. Because we could still live stream without YouTube, right? We could still do a live stream without YouTube. Imagine if YouTube shut down for a whole year. Just imagine YouTube just like, no, no more, no more videos. No more videos, no more live streams for a year. Everybody take a break. What do you think will happen? What do you think will happen? Nobody got YouTube. I'm sure Instagram and them will probably go on the longer form content. But just imagine if YouTube wasn't around. Rioting in the streets, chaos. Zoom. Yeah, you will have to go, you will resort to Zoom. Cities will burn. I'm just putting out there, there are there is a group and there's a set of people in society that are not going to waste their time reading, and they're not going to waste their time doing their math, especially if they get 30 and they have been able to coast along with doing just enough to get by. I got my EBT card. I got a kid I take care of. I work at Chick-fil-A. I gotta wait till I get paid. I drive on the side. I do security at the To do security at a club, you don't need to know how to read. You don't need to know how to write. You probably don't even get paycheck. You get paid under the table. To show up at a construction site, you don't need to know how to read. You just need to know how to get up there and just hammer that thing. You need to put some gloves on and push some stuff up. I'm just being honest. Then y'all got the nerve to be like, why y'all want 100K or 200K? I understand why they would be mad. It's all I'm saying is, if you came to me and told me I could make 100,000 and I can't read and I don't know how to do math and I'm real good at my hands, but all I ever made is nothing over 40,000, I'm pissed off with you because you in my face and you reading. That's number one. And you reading a whole book, a whole full sentence. You actually reading. I'm mad. I'm pissed off. GovCon, shout out to Eric. GovCon lunch. I don't have my signed copy, Eric. I ordered this off of Amazon, thinking you had already sent them to Amazon so I can get my signed copy. But I need my signed copy, Eric. However, going back to what I say, if I open up this book, Eric got to do better. It's too many words in here. I can't read. I need pictures. It's too wordy. Eric, it's too wordy. I need diagrams and pictures. Step 1, step 2, step 3. I cannot read, Eric. We're going back to picture books. I'm just letting you know. I can already see it in the training content. In the training content, everything is very visual. Very, very pictures and a lot of talking. Step 1, get your hands on the keyboard. Okay. Step 2, type A, B, C, A, B, C. Okay. Okay, I'm following along. This is how they going to teach. Watch. Pictures, it's going to be a thing. Y'all going to go to the drive. Watch it. Next time y'all go to a restaurant, y'all going to be like, God damn, Tamika. Step 1, grab the hammer. Step 2, put the nail in. Step 3, apply pressure to the top of the hammer. Boom and boom. All right. At work, I used to emails with bullets and insert images to point to certain code. Yeah, still do. D does it all the time. Short, straight to the point. Boom, boom, boom. Because this is what happens. I don't know if you ever really dealt with a person who's like very not good at comprehending things, right? You say, hey, why don't you do this? Why you ain't say that in the first place? That's all you had to say. You using big fancy words. Oh, okay. No, Queenly, you can't do it without reading, but I bet you, Queenly, I bet you if Eric changed his book where people didn't know how to read could get a government contract, I bet you he'd be winning. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There's a niche for people who cannot read and who cannot do math. There's a niche. I don't need to know how to read. That's why I hire you for. I'm the brain. I may not know how to read, but I'm the brain. Hold up. Let's really talk about this. D. Didn't old girl say what you call it? Didn't know how to read. What's his name? The one that gave old girl cancer. The comedian. Oh God, what's his name? Richard Pryor. Richard Pryor did not know how to read. Richard Pryor did not know how to read. Old girl was reading him and help him do his kind. He didn't know how to read. Fantasia was one, yeah. But Richard Pryor didn't know how to read. Floyd, Lord Jesus. billionaire. I am telling you, there is a subset of people that do not know how to read that are going to need these pictures, these books and stuff, and make a subset of that. Y'all out here want to create all these words and stuff. People know they don't want that. They want pictures. I want to get to what I need to get to. I want a picture and what my next step is. Don't read my step to me, tell my step to me. Now, Lena, now you thinking. If 130 million people have do not know how to read and they're costing 2.2 trillion dollars, that's a business. That's a business that you can get. Yeah, Pam Grier. I wouldn't be surprised, D. Sammy Davis Jr. either. I wouldn't be surprised. Red Fox, I wouldn't be surprised. There's a culture that's out there that's going to need tools to assist them to live. And it is your opportunity to make those tools to assist them to live. Yep. How to do basic stuff. Imagine if I told you that you were homeless and you didn't know how to read and write, but I can put you through an apprenticeship program that could lead you to making $60,000. And all you had to do was learn how to read a picture book and just do this mundane thing, this mundane task, and you will be employed for the next 3 to 4, maybe 5 years doing this mundane task that will get you some food, that will get you some shelter, that will get you a consistent place to stay, consistent opportunities. Would you not do it? I'm just going to create an apprenticeship program that's just going to show you how to do the basic things. I don't need to know how to read and do math in order to clean bathrooms. I don't need to know how to do that. I don't need to know how to read and do math in order to start a dog walking service. I can go pay someone to build me a website. All I need is their address. I know how to punch that into my GPS. I walk over there and I just start a dog walking service. I don't even know how to read. I just need for you to put the money in my account. Cash at me. Thank you. So Don, that's you. It won't fulfill you because you got a bigger dream. You know how to read. You know how to do math. We're talking about people that don't know how to do that. That's all I'm saying. Think about it. Well, hold on, let me see. Colin Evelyn, you had some stuff. I couldn't message. I don't know how to click on it. It's not letting me do it, Colin Evelyn. I wanted to show your thing. You said Spanish speakers who can't read but can speak the language will get the job, and not you, possibly. All right, I had fun today. Remember, if you're gonna lead, communicate what you're going, where you're going. You can't be a quarterback of a team and call an audible at the line and then expect your team to know what the play is if you haven't communicated the play or you haven't practiced the play. You got to know what the playbook is. For those of you that were insulted by the fact that we were talking about people that can't read and can't do math, I apologize. That was not the goal. The goal was for you to understand that is a sector that we do have youth in our community that do not know how to read and do not know how to do math. We see 21% of our population, 130 million, which is probably more than that don't know how to read, and they are not illiterate, or I should not say illiterate, they are not literate. We have a certain group. We have 54% of our workforce in the United States that cannot articulate past the sixth grade level. So here we are, and we're asking, and this is why it's my own premise. This is why people get mad at you when I talk about, or me, or anyone, when we talk about getting to 100K. There's a certain percentage of people. Yes, there will be. There will be a certain percentage of people that would not make it to 100K. It will require reading. And then there's a certain sector of things that you can do that don't require that reading. Floyd Mayweather proved that, didn't he? Fantasia has proven that. Richard Pryor proved that. And the list goes on. So you tell me, is it essential to read and write and do math? I don't know. You're like, well, they defied the odds. I bet you if you look at some of these people in some of these places, they do not know how to read and write. So we got 16 that didn't go to college. The illiterate billionaire. I met a billionaire on a plane the other day. We chatted the whole plane ride, East Coast to West Coast. He never told me he was a billionaire. I had to do some Googling when I got home on the companies he had owned to figure that out. What he did tell me was he couldn't read until he was 21 years old. He learned to read after he made his first million. And he said, and he could pay someone to teach him differently. I am just saying. Five billionaires who never graduated from high school. All right. Jay Z, Virgin Group, Richard Branson quit school when he was 16. She dropped out of high school at 16 to work in a watch lens factory. Dropped out of school at 14 and began running errands for local shopkeepers. His net worth is 74 point billion. I mean 70.4 billion. He dropped out of school when he was 11 years old to work in a lumber mill. I'm just giving you a different perspective of life, a different perspective of what could be, and how to help solve those problems. Should those people who do not know how to read and who do not know how to do math be left behind? People are going to capitalize on them. Make no doubt about that. If you feel like that you're not the one to do it because of your moral compass, that's fine. Somebody else that does not have a moral compass will go gladly go ahead and create a product where they don't have to, or create a boot camp where they don't have to learn as much. They need to learn just enough to do what we need for them to do right now. And we can teach them how to read later. Right now, I just need to put the nail in that hole and hit that with that hammer. That's it. Are they outliers? Was Fantasia an outlier? Right? Is Fantasia an outlier? Vatel Taboo can't read or write, but the 85-year-old self-made millionaire didn't stop him from publishing his autobiography. That's back in 2014. The illiterate millionaire. I'm just telling you that there are a group of people in our sector, in our world, in our US of A, that would need help and could possibly one day be a millionaire. D stupid. Put that on the screen. Put that on the screen, D. I'll put it up myself. Facts. Facts. And you know that from listening to them talk about their contracts. We know that much from the contracts. Yeah, Coda Evelyn, like I'm saying is it's an opportunity to create a niche, it's an opportunity to create something around that, right? If that's not your thing, that's fine. But I'm just telling you, people 2.2 trillion, people ain't gonna let that slide. They just not. Let's get a true definition here. Functional illiterate, a person whose level of ability to read and write is below that needed to do the ordinary tests required of normally in society. What's that? What's normal in society? What's that? 1 in 5 adults. So it's 30. It's 40 people on here in this chat on this live. So 1 in 5 of y'all can't read. That's what it says. That's what they're saying. See, I don't need for you to go through all this in calculus. I can just learn calculus from the pictures, the cartoon guide, the calculus, old book. It's an old book, right? And I don't need for nobody to read this to me. I'm just pointing out things that have been created along the way to make things easier to comprehend and understand. He said, I'm trying to think of something now, but a lot of people in the black community can be hostile when you start quoting. That's what they do. It's because they don't understand the data. We saw that, right? We saw the data engineers. We saw people don't have the skill sets of a fourth grader or an eighth grader, right? They're losing that, right? We already saw that to interpret data, right? Right? We saw that, right? We've been seeing that. Ron's big mission, right? Long gone are the books like this right here. This is the book I had. I had these right here. These are my calculus books right here. That's why my cat books be this thick. You be like, yeah, we're gonna go through all of this for Cal 1 and Cal 2. And you'll need this for Cal 3. Oh, and don't forget you'll need this for linear algebra and triple integrals. Yeah. Right? So I'm done, D. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done, D. I'm done. Like, I'm done. I'm done. When I put my glasses on, we're ending the show. It has been real. I hope y'all have enjoyed. Um, uh, I don't know. Y'all better call LeVar. Y'all better get y'all picture books ready. I'm just saying. So would you say I need some wine after this? Yep. Yep. This is why on YouTube. This is why on YouTube, anytime management dudes mention the data, the stats, nobody asks the question of to explaining this. Oh, I do. I asked the question. I asked the question. I ask the question all the time. I get tired of the same old humdrum stuff. Well, only 10% of the people in the US make $100,000. No, how about this? 21% of you are illiterate. Let's face the facts. Let's put that facts out there. 21% of you can't read, don't know math. Let's put them stats up. And let's go on ahead while we at it and say, let's talk about the black youth, right? Let's talk about it. Right? You want to talk about stats. Let's talk about stats. How you gonna read? How you gonna get married and you can't read and you don't know the math? And and on top of that, you don't even have a checking account because you can't even fill out the application. You don't even have a debit card. You still go to the check cashing spot. You still go to the grocery store and let them. That's why Walmart said we're gonna keep all the money in house. Target too. Cash your check here with us. Cash your check with us. Don't you ain't gotta know how to read. Yeah, John. You ain't gotta know how to read. I'm just saying. So next time a man or a woman come to you and they be like, I don't know what you're trying to get 100K for, you be like, sir, ma'am, Read this line right here. Read that. Read that line. If they can't read that line, you already got your answer. Ask them to read first. Yep. Reading Rainbow. Yeah, people would prefer to debate. Ask them to read. Ask them to add. You say 100,000. I'm talking about they can't count to 30. Like the saying goes, if you want to trick somebody or fool somebody, put it in a book. Put it in a book without the pictures. All right, Petty T is done with her mad rant for today. I hope y'all enjoy it. I hope y'all think of businesses to help these folks out because it's going to be a thing. Remember, those of you that are Gen X and millennials, or and both millennials, right? Because they're divided up into two subgroups. These are the people that are going to be taking care of you as you get older. Number one, just putting it out there. Number two, these are the people that are going to be that are already delivering your groceries, and also you're going to interview them, or you're going to interview with them. So you think it's all fun and games, but I'm telling you, wait till you get 70 and you sitting in a nursing home and you remember this podcast. And you're gonna be like, they're gonna be like, can I draw your blood? You're gonna be like, no, give me somebody older than you. Where your mama at? Mm-mm. 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 Give me somebody older than you. Mm-mm. I don't want nobody. I don't want nobody under 40 taking care of me. No. Mm-mm. 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 You may have to do under 50 because they go from 11 to 26. And the ones coming out from under that. Remember, these are going to be your chefs in the restaurants, potentially. I just eyeball it. I don't know what it is. I just make it. Nah, Jesus, keep me healthy until you call me home. I did that to get Gen Z nurse at doctors. The doctor had to help her. Yep. Yep. And that's what I'm talking about. It's already there. We're already there. So you better make as much money as you can so you can have proper care, long-term care that is to your delighting. Find someone that you can kick it with. I don't care if two men live in the same house together and y'all look out for each other. One of you walking around with a bad knee and the other one with gout in the left. At least y'all take care of each other. Shit. Like I don't know where y'all pride at. Where you feel like y'all can't share a house together. You be in there with the roaches. I see Don. Don't let me catch you on hoarders. Uh, the new edition and you be in there. I watched the episode of how textiles and jobs, and I said to myself, I ain't gonna never, if you be in there with the roaches just crawling all over through your hairs. Done, don't let me see you. Don't let me see you, Don. Don't let me see you. Make sure you find somebody or find something, some way to take care of you. Yeah, yeah. You just laying up there talking about, oops, that was me. Don't let me catch you. All right, y'all. I'm out. I'm out for real. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. Until then, pick up a book. Read it. Pick up a book, read it. Read it to someone. Have someone read it to you. New date alert. New date alert. Date. This gonna be your first date alert, right? New date alert. Pick a book and be like, hey, I think it would be cool if we just read the first 3 or 4 chapters of this book and then tell me what you're thinking about it. Find a book y'all can agree on. If a person come back and say, yeah, I read it, because they're gonna use Audible. Find a book that ain't on Audible first. That ain't on Audible. And read. Like maybe a first date, like, hey, let's meet at the library. And read something from the book. Because you'll never know. Y'all be sitting there thinking like, oh, he's so sweet, he's so special. Every time I see him, he got roses and stuff. Yeah, buddy, he's setting you up to be reading. You're gonna be up there 75 years old. Give me this. Let me read that for you, boy. All right. Don't be setting the fire with your man that he can't read. All right, y'all. I'm out.